circle into the one shot. Master Demo.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Zai, Calamity Rising.
我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分享的专心人。
在小富姐姐吧，在最穷国你们仨，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我細時隻就喜歡對着台山唱歌，喜歡坐山林度跑啊跑。唔是隻，只有老人頭上嘅盤王記可以教我定落腳譜。我爺對我講，平王裝是不你在台上嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平王裝對着將在看待心嚴。夢想地個台上嚟以後就像平王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早前，我都好衝着去讓路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就服我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛？老给我带这个呀？我想带上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我，像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛盡顯落書。所以我十分堅決將頭歌上。我啲過一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作有平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅進行都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。而是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一個。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
can't eat. I can't sleep. Because the closer I get to finding her, the more scared I am. Scared of what she's become. Scared of seeing the face of my baby sister twisted by the nightmare she's had to endure. Scared she's so broken she can never recover. Stop it, Zai! This isn't you! But then I remember. No matter what's happened, no matter what pain and torment have beaten her down, she will always be my sister.
The same pattern from before here. We're going to see Akame go for the ultimate in return. Mines will throw the same here. Gets their ultimate out as well. Akame will get caught out. This is going to be huge. Into the hot swap. Oh my goodness, no, the ult comes out to cancel the hot swap to keep Mines from being able to follow up. Left remaining alive as we get ready to see who's going to come out on top. Peach Lee with a massive parry onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk trying to turn things back around. Peach Lee, though, going to catch some more damage. We will see the bubble coming in from Fat Milk. Peach Lee will find the bubble again here in just a couple seconds. A massive parry onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk, no place to go. Goes back, finds the weapon. Peach Lee, though, with the chase still going. Fat Milk, no bubble available yet. And there it is. Oh, my goodness. The ult will save Fat Milk for the moment. The bubble comes off of cooldown. Fat Milk has got to find a way to take control of this neutral from Peach Lee. Hasn't found it just yet. Peach Lee finds the parry. Akame, we're gonna see the clank come through again. Akame gonna overhold, looking for the potential to go into the meter dump. Roy Hee a little afraid from it, backs away, but we're gonna see Akame use the tech chase.
Just to keep some space here. It looks like they're both trying to charge it up. Hold blue, keep priority in this fight. SOFM switching. They're both going on their ranged weapons, but Hong able to come through with that combo again as we're going to see the F come through. SOFM with a huge parry onto Hong and the ultimate combo into it. It's now a 1v1 situation. Emo going incredibly low. Akame getting very, very dangerous here. Knocking Master Demo able to knock Akame out into the circle. We're gonna see the ult get popped and he gets caught into the circle, into the one shot. Master Demo.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Zai, Calamity Rising.
the same pattern from before here. We're going to see Akame go for the ultimate in return. Mines will throw the same here. Gets their ultimate out as well. Akame will get caught out. This is going to be huge. Into the hot swap. Oh my goodness, no, the ult comes out to cancel the hot swap to keep Mines from being able to follow up with left remaining alive as we get ready to see who's going to come out on top. Peach Lee with a massive parry onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk trying to turn things back around. Peach Lee, though, going to catch some more damage. We will see the bubble coming in from Fat Milk. Peach Lee will find the bubble again here in just a couple seconds. A massive parry onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk, no place to go. Goes back, finds the weapon. Peach Lee, though, with the chase still going. Fat Milk, no bubble available yet. And there it is. Oh my goodness. The ult will save Fat Milk for the moment the bubble comes off of cooldown. Fat Milk has got to find a way to take control of this neutral from Peach Lee. Hasn't found it just yet. Peach Lee finds the parry. Akame, we're gonna see the clank come through again. Akame gonna overhold, looking for the potential to go into the meter dump. Roy Hee a little afraid from it, backs away, but we're gonna see Akame use the tech chase.
Just to keep some space here. It looks like they're both trying to charge it up. Hold blue, keep priority in this fight. SOFM switching. They're both going on their ranged weapons, but Hong able to come through with that combo again as we're going to see the F come through. SOFM with a huge parry onto Hong and the ultimate combo into it. It's now a 1v1 situation. Demo going incredibly low. Akame getting very, very dangerous here. Knocking Master Demo. Able to knock Akame out into the circle. We're going to see the ult get popped and he gets caught into the circle. Into the one shot. Master Demo.
everybody, and welcome to the Asian NARAKA Cup Challenge. I'm Moxie. I'm going to be joined today by JP as we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you through all of the action of solos. You know how long it's been, JP, since I got to sit here and cast solos? It has been a hot minute, and I am oh so happy that I am here because let me tell you, some of these hero changes have been making waves. Wink.
I like what you did there, but get the puns up and ready straight away. That's the way we like to see things. But no, look, I'm equally as hyped as you. I mean, I've actually not had the chance to cast, you know, the quote-unquote actual pro scene of NARAKA in solos. You know, I've been bouncing around on the Pro League doing trio side of things. So this is my first sort of experience into the solo venture of seeing these professional players play. So I'm equally as excited as you. And especially now with these new meta shifts, the new hero changes that we've seen come into the June patch at the start of Season 8, I think we're really going to start to see a few things shaken up in the way solos might be played.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe I'm getting to say this. Finally, Valda is going to be viable. I tell you, I was cursed with Valda matches when I was casting Pro League. Every single time that I ever got to cast someone playing Valda in solos, the second that we switched their POV and I got excited about them being on Valda, they immediately got knocked out and eliminated. But here we are, V2 has come through, and oh boy, it's so good now. It makes her incredibly viable. In fact, it probably makes her one of the strongest heroes in terms of solos that we have at the moment, because we've had a couple of other changes come through affecting players like Akos. We've seen Zip as well get a little bit shoved to the corner, mostly from some of the tweaks that came onto her abilities, but also on the fact that that Viper F3 with that reduction on the heal when it connects onto a player absolutely minces through any sustainability. It's not like a Karumi where you can immediately cleanse the effect and keep your healing up. No, when Zip gets hit by it, you lose the healing, you lose the cooldown, and you have to start again from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think too many people will be, you know, crying and losing sleep at night at some of the Zip changes in particular. I mean, I think there was at times you could look at a solo game and almost see a whole lobby of Zips at one point because it was just such a strong hero and character to bring to the equation. But in terms of people who are still pretty much heavy meta, you've got the likes of Takeda, of course. I think, you know, Takeda's been sort of a staple of not just solos and trios, but just NARAKA competitive play in general. Such a strong ability set on that hero as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how things shape up now going into the new season with these brand new hero changes. But let's take a little look at the way things are gonna run down today, Moxie. A very similar format to what people might be used to.
Yes, an incredibly similar format if you've been keeping an eye on NARAKA esports in general, having come from our Pro League. In fact, Pro League is on the off season at the moment. We're waiting in that downtime between Season 1 and Season 2. So this is your NARAKA esports fix, as we're going to have a look at Game 1, Morris Isle, starting off on Dawn. But the one that I know that we're both excited for is that second game. Holoroth Starry Night is finally going to come into play. We're going to see those meteor showers come through and potentially allow some players to be able to supercharge their ultimates, but obviously with a little bit of hint of danger on the side as well. And a couple of other things that you might recognize if you've been following the NARAKA esports scene for a little bit of time are some of these players. Immediately to me, Roy He and Master Demo, two players who have been competing in Worlds previously, Demo actually having moved to Shanghai the last season to be able to participate in the MBPL as well. Both of them not really having standout performances just yet. Instead, it's likes of SOFM and as well as that Mines, who are currently leading our board of players in these group stages.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought those two players into the equation, because one player in particular, SOFM, I mean, let's not forget, this is his, like, technically his introductory season into NARAKA. This guy's been bouncing around on the Rift across the other side of, like, MOBAs and stuff. So the fact that he's able to transfer from, because look, let's not lie, you know, a game like League, for example, is very, very different to a game like NARAKA in terms of play style. I mean, I guess a few of the crossovers are there in terms of some abilities, but look, so I've been really, really impressed with him. I didn't get a chance to tune into the whole broadcast last week for week number 1, but what I saw from some of the highlight packages that have been posted across social media, etc., is both SOFM and Mines, you know, ignore the pun, get out of the way early, have been playing out of their mind and out of their skin lately. So I'm really, really excited. Another few players I just want to quickly mention, Akame, Pig, Fat Milk as well. You know, those three players inside, I think, the top 8, top 6 at the moment. So really, really interesting. We've got, you know, sort of 16 really, really strong solo players here, mixed in with this new meta that we keep talking about. I think we're in for a good day of NARAKA, Moxie.
I think we're in for a very good day of NARAKA. I think we're going to be seeing a couple of mixed hero compositions as well come through. We did talk about the fact that Zip has seen less playstyle time, but she is still incredibly strong in her own right, especially when, like you said, there are still just entire lobbies full of Zips. If there is a cat amongst the pigeons and someone does go Viper, I think they have the ability to be able to go a lot further, and it's definitely going to be something that spooks some of those Zips away from being able to go for that full initiation when you have that bubble, that ultimate, and you feel safe enough to go for the engagement against someone like another Zip. But I think the major change coming through is that Valda. We do have to talk about it because Valda in solos has always had a lot of problems heaped against her. The fact that when you have those CC abilities and you throw them out, it's only one hit that it guarantees you. So it really does have a lot of importance on the fact that your weapon tier scales into the damage, and you can go from that one hit confirm into a literally 100% to 0 combination if you want to be able to lock down one of those kills. But the biggest change is the fact that that V2 is now a lot harder to be able to dodge, because this is the problem. We even see it in just non-professional ranked games. Valda Ultimate in the past days of it was so easy to dodge. It was so easy to dodge. I say this as a Valda main myself. Every single time I threw out my ultimate, I was like, I know I'm just gonna zone them. I know all I'm gonna be doing is forcing them to either sidestep or backstep and just dodge out of my ultimate, because it was a one and done. Right, you threw that wave out, they dodged once, you threw one spear out, they dodged once, and it was gone. Now we're going to be seeing that not only does it have increased uptime, you get 3 spears to be able to throw, and you get the movement ability as well as that extra chunk of HP when you're in the ultimate form. So no surprises, we're immediately going to be seeing a lot of players float towards the Valda. But what is more surprising to me is that we're actually seeing one Zai come into this, because players have tried to play Zai at the moment, and there's a 50-50 on where she stands in meta. Some players that I talk to are absolutely in love with her solos and think she's incredibly strong, and then other people that I talk to were like, she's just too easy to be able to disengage from. The fact that when you're in the ultimate, only one of your attacks is actually that super like close range, so as long as you just play a little bit further back, then you don't really have to worry about things like the uppercut going into the hit confirmation for those extension combinations. It's pretty easy to be able to dodge away from the cone too, if you're running either that V2, which we see more play in terms of trios because you have 2 other players to lock them into position, as opposed to solos where you can just run. So that is why we're only seeing one Zai, and I don't think it's going to be as impactful as it would be in trios, as we can have a look at Roy. He immediately going very aggressively up against Fat Milk. We'll be able to drop that F3 to be able to make sure that the uppercut extension isn't going to entirely mince through, given that he hasn't been able to find a shield. But Fat Milk is able, with that dagger, to just push through that health bar so incredibly quickly, and now he gets to go up against the spear. And this means that Fat Milk, with those faster slashes, is just going to be able to dance around a lot of those windows that Demo creates. But the spear with the increased stagger, you'll need to get a couple more hits with the damage that it does. That is punishment if you get hit by it, as Demo hits the Dragon Strike into Nezhaz on absolute fire at the moment. Baits that blue. SOFM isn't able to parry it, so he has to hold on to it. Uses that F to try and get a little bit of zoning and push Demo into just being hit in with those light attacks off of those nunchucks. Incredibly quick, incredibly fast, not allowing him to be able to escape and go into that hypercharged armor where he's going to be able to escape and survive through it. As immediately afterwards, we're also going to get to see another fight going on down at the moment. Akami doesn't want any of this, however, so he sees that third party coming through from a Justina behind him. Clay using a very early free shell form to be able to make sure that there is no follow-up, as Pig is actually forced to back off and try and take refuge inside this building to be able to get a little bit of a reshield moment, as all 3 players now back off, everyone using it as a little bit of window to reset, as Akami now trying to come through using that staff, swaps over to the pulse to be able to have a little bit of a better chase. Pig actually taking the time to be able to open up a trove and does manage to find blue armor that he's immediately be able to swap back onto, so he's reset that full armor now back into health. As Eclair does the exact same thing, looking for the troves, trying to find anything that's going to allow themselves to have an upper hand, and he's able to distance himself. Pig and Akami now are actually left behind to duke it out 1 versus 1, as he's been able to make his escape.
Yeah, so definitely safe to say here, Moxie, it's been quite a fast start to this game number 1, and already we're going to jump straight over towards Unique. two other players in and around the same sort of vicinity as well. You've got Peach there as well as Nox, and it looks like it's just going to be on this disengaged side. But this is one thing I absolutely love about solos here, Moxie, is the fact that, you know, yes, calling triggers can be a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more, you know, on the front foot because you have your teammates to work with, but it's such a strategical battle when you're playing solos, right? You got to make sure that you choose to engage well, you choose to disengage well, and, you know, sometimes if you're caught in a situation like Unique is here, for example, sandwiched between two players, it's just about buying your time and trying to force the other two players to engage with each other and then try and turn the tables and flip that engagement on its head. But for now, it looks like these players have kind of said, okay, we're just going to scrap a little bit of armor off each other and then let each other live to see a different day. But on the other side of things, speaking of scrapping armor off each other, that's going to be Fat Milk, one of the players actually that we saw engage SOFM at the start of the game. That time, yes, SOFM did come off on top. It is going to be the ult that's going to be popped. No Viper stun to the Avail this time. The counter ult, though, does come through as well for that player, but Milk now going head-to-head with Hong is going to find the parry. Hong does manage to disengage momentarily. The grapple is going to come through. That's going to close the distance. Already you can see here, these NARAKA solo players, they are not giving each other an absolute moment to breathe here.
Yeah, Hong actually popping that Mirror Acres ultimate, knowing that the player that he's up against already had used theirs to be able to chase that Viper down once the ultimate was gone. He's going to have the upper hand, and you can actually see at the moment that they're just forced to try and disengage until the ultimate is gone. They will be able to survive the duration, and now we might actually see the engagement, but both of these players not really wanting to take it. Hong having to actually use that blue focus to be able to break that grapple connection coming through from Fat Milk, so he can't actually commit on to the horizontal attack, following up that momentum and allowing him that early connection into a fight to chunk away that armor. As again, we're going to see another Acos ultimate coming through. The faster momentum pushing onto that Justina incredibly quickly. Eclair has been able to go into the free shuffle, does have the full meter to be able to use, but doesn't get the dash off because he gets staggered. Loves with just the slashes on that Acos ultimate, closing up the distance, hitting in with that longsword and absolutely mincing through that Justina, knowing that there just was not the free shell form up and available to be able to break the damage and allow a reshield to come through. And straight like that, he finds that kill and immediately disengages, as we're now going to actually follow our only Zai at the moment in this lobby. And here's the problem with Zai when you're on your ultimate. You have a weapon, but you can't actually hot swap onto a range. So what we're actually seeing URG having to do at the moment is just try and keep ahead of an Acos who has that advanced movement. Even though both ultimates tick through continuously with time, Acos' ultimate allows you to be able to move so much faster, so much further, as compared to something like that side where you're forced to have to use those grapples and scale rushes, and even then they still count as the blue focus and are parryable, as opposed to the Acos and ultimate. When you scale rush, you get that added momentum, but it also turns it gold. As now we're going to see Tatsu, who's actually been able to catch this Zai off of the Soul Altar respawn. This is really bad news. The parry comes through. Tatsu's immediately able to find that pick. Straight off the Soul Altar, you don't have any armor left to your name. Unfortunately, there's just nothing you can do to be able to survive the follow-up damage of a purple dagger coming through off of a parry counter.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the biggest problems, right? That I think you said that after speaking to a few sort of streamers, pro players, etc., that a lot of people have found with this new hero Zai coming in is that she's really, really easy to disengage with, but she's just so counterable at the same time as well. And especially if you're coming off the Rebirth or fresh off with literally basically nothing to work with, it's always going to be a tough task to try and fight, especially when you're up against the likes of an Acos, for example. But let's take a look at this zone as it's starting to shift its way in. Celestra very much still slap bang in the middle. A lot of action down towards the southwestern side. There you can see Fat Milk, Akami, Pig, Mines, etc. all very much in the same close vicinity. And most likely it's just going to be a party down south at the moment here, Moxie.
Yeah, everyone fighting actually for control of Gate of Yangs. SOFM and Master Demo going to actually be able to get theirs for free, it looks like, because like you said, everyone is very much pulled towards that side as we see SOFM thinking about going in, just trying to get a little bit of information on whether or not he can enter. Doesn't have the Viper ultimate, and Viper not the brilliant in solo to be able to take a Gate of Yang fight. Instead, you're going to be looking at these Acoses with that added movement to be able to jump off of those pillars, as we can see. Love's not able to find that engagement! Gets the uppercut to be able to go fully into the launcher combo against Demo, using that F drop as well to be able to add even more connection damage onto Demo mid-stagger, as Demo tries to save himself with the Takeda ultimate. Won't be able to, however, as Loves with that staff is able to actually apart the nunchucks from Demo's cold, dead fingers and takes that fight so quickly. This is what Akos is built for. Incredible aggression, incredible speed, and also the ability to be able to lengthen those combinations. As we now see Pig in that Farrier goes for the mech incredibly early. Doesn't actually have the Fury until just now to be able to actually hit these cannon shots onto this Valve, trying to hide behind that Pillar's Choice. Not able to actually lose the shot with that grapple. As now we're going to see Pig using that F ability, making sure he distances himself from the full follow-up. As Choice trying to bait out the blue, drops the F3, but Pig's already distanced himself and comes in with the cannon before hot swapping with the dagger and hitting in with that uppercut. Now the Choice is close enough, and that's going to be a Farrier taking this fight.
So yeah, if you guys didn't know, both Pig and Loves are pretty good at NARAKA, guys, if you didn't know that. Very, very quick run with Yang wins for both of them. But on the other side, this is the third time we have seen this exact engagement here, Moxie, between Demo and SOFM. I think 2 out of 2 SOFM has come out on top. One thing to note is both players here, they've not got the rebirth left. So whoever dies here definitely goes out of the game for at least the rest of this one. It looks like SOFM, though, seems to have the health advantage as of now. Demo is going to be completely whipped off of his armor. Does find the stagger as well. SOFM cleans up shop nice and easy for him. That's going to be, unfortunately, 4. Master Demo dropping out of this one. But anyway, let's turn our attention now to the Nox taking on Hong and Mines. Mines, one of the players that we highlighted here. Moxie coming into the start of the day. A relatively strong player. Very, very good at what they do. Gets lots of the work done. And he is going to be playing, of course, on that Farrier. He is going to pop the mech now just to reposition himself away. And that's one of the beautiful things about having a Farrier, right? Just easily nice disengaged in that mech pop.
Not just that, but also when you drop that pillar, it actually is able to connect onto that potential third party that was coming through. Hong had seen his chance, seen that that Farrier was going incredibly low, and tried to actually come in for a little bit of a piece of action. But the mech pillar comes through, hits them away, allows them to be able to get into that pillar and boost away to stop getting caught in the middle of those two. As we're going to see Unique now using that Valder ultimate to be able to buy just a little bit of zoning potential, as well as secure this body so that he can actually loot through those resources and potentially pick up a little bit of a loot upgrade as well. So we're actually now going to see him take those blue dual blazers. Choice, oh my lord. These staff launcher combos that you can do, just such a huge window. And Choice is able to take full advantage of it with the Valder bubbles to be able to make sure that everyone is just locked into either taking so much damage or going straight into that bubble and guaranteeing that you're going to be set up into that extension again as, ooh, Akame, are you going to check the bush? Yeah, free gets dropped. SOFM does go into one of them and takes that soak, so it's going to be doing a little bit less damage, but Akame's not actually able to get onto the roofs without that grapple connecting. Throws out the katana charged up to buy themselves a little bit of zoning, so SOFM is forced to back on out and allows them to be able to pick up control of this rooftop, as SOFM now has to look for another grapple connection into this fight. Doesn't want to use the ultimate just yet. Throws out the silence into the uppercut. Double verticals connecting onto Akame into the Viper ultimate. As Akame tries to actually use that dash, will be able to hide behind the pillar. SOFM thought that he was going to be able to have the time to throw out that focus, and as a result does actually get parried as he tries to rush onto Akame. As we're now going to see the back on off. Akame does know there's a significant window to push onto this Viper now that the ultimate has been removed, but that cycle has pushed back into play for the silence, and here comes a potential third party as well. So now Akame has to make sure that they're not going to be stuck in the middle. SOFM seeing that player starting to come through on the distance, decides to back on off just a little bit, but Akame now has that confidence, that purple katana to be able to start incing away at SOFM's health bar, the pistol to be able to start him off as well. And look what he's actually done. He's flipped the positions. He's made sure that SOFM is now actually the player caught in the middle, and Akame is the player who's been able to back on out. Both of these players now just have to make sure that they're not the one stuck in between when Loves comes in for the third party. They are very much aware this is not playing for a kill. This is playing for survival.
And you know what? It's so smart from both SOFM and Akame. They keep their map presence. They know exactly what Loves is going to try and do. But one thing I love about SFM is he just doesn't give his opponent an absolute minute to breathe. But here comes the third party now. Loves looking like they're going to want to engage slightly further. But SOFM going to turn and burn. That's going to be the kill as well. So now the attention does turn to that third party. But speaking of the third party, we got a full fifth and potentially even a sixth party here going on as everybody seems to have grouped up. It's going to be now Hong going head-to-head with SOFM. The grapple does connect, but luckily for SOFM, does maintain that distance. Just going to back up, no doubt, try and replenish that armor as quickly as possible. And he's just going to leave Hong to come at chasing. But this is one thing I love about SFM. He is such an intelligently smart player. He lets the disengage come through, and then he can go ahead and roll reversal and hit Hong exactly like that. Completely wipes the armor off within a blink, and now Hong's the one on the retreat. SOFM, he knows exactly what needs to be done. I think Hong just gets out of his life.
Oh, I'm not sure. He's going to be going straight into zone tick if he's not careful. SOFM is actually chasing him down, knows that Hong is going to be pinned between the zone tick and that wall, and he's swapped to the cannon. So he's trying to make sure that Hong doesn't get that recovery, but Hong with that Icarus ultimate now is actually going to force SOFM to back on off. He's getting that opportunity to be able to put himself back in with that purple shield, and this Viper has to be so careful because he doesn't have the ultimate. He takes on Hong and actually takes a hit that sends him aerial, so it confirms another one as well as SOFM now is going to have to use scale rushes to be able to back on out of this fight. Finds one, finds a second over that wall to be able to climb onto that roof. Sacrifices a grapple, distance himself even further. We'll be able to push towards that Morris Blessing and potentially pick up an armor swap, as we are going to see Hong now chasing down, giving up that potential Gate of Yang entry to try and chase this Viper now that he knows that those utilities are taken off of the board. The problem is SOFM might have actually been able to lose him, because we are going to see Hong now go into Celestra. And Celestra is one of those places where there are so many buildings, so many tight corners, that there are so many places you can actually hide. A lot of the time when we see a player low, when they take a fight in Artisans, either for control of something like a Morris Blessing or a Gate of Yang, or even just control of the money that you can get if you run into all of these boxes. There are 3 buildings, one top, one middle, one low. But if you run through all of those crates, you actually can smash them and pick up so many Darktide coins to be able to go to a Rift Dealers and just roll for Soul Jades incredibly early on, which means that this place is incredibly hotly contested. So if you ever want to lose someone, head over to Celestra if you're a little bit too low after a fight here, as SOFM has been able to see so many people out of the way, but Pig now coming in with the legendary staff, the uppercut immediately shattering all of SOFM's blue armors. Again, he's forced into this cat and mouse chase of scale rushing. Thankfully for him, he has been able to replenish the grapples. Throws out that after by a little bit of zoning time, will be able to again make his way out of this building. His movement is so clean at the moment, just using these walls, keeping himself very mobile for a character that really isn't that mobile. But using those buildings, really playing Uno reverse card as well, faking them out, thinking that they were going to scale rush as they came through the door, but instead using that scale rush to be able to book it out of the door and around the side of that building to be able to break away from this chase, as he sees that third party coming on through. Choice waiting in that wings to potentially come through, but SOFM has run out of buildings, run out of walls to be able to scale rush off of. Pig hurts him like a sheepdog straight towards that zone tick as he throws out that blue, making sure that there is no grapple connection, and horizontal hit coming through from Choice. The blue hyper armor as well now coming through to make sure that those grapples do not connect, using that staff, the charged up right click, to be able to buy himself so much distance to be able to escape away from Choice and look for a little bit of downtime to be able to reset.
Yeah, I think SOFM danced with the devil one too many times there and eventually got burnt in the end. But one player also very, very impressive so far today is this person on your screen here, Loves. Really, really solid third-party ability. He's been engaging very, very well. He's been controlling the way he plays fights and engages in these 1v1s and third parties to almost absolute perfection. Of course, Rocket because has got the ability, lock and loaded, ready to go should the engagement come through. And speaking of an engagement, he's going to grapple straight over towards Hong. Little bit of damage dealt, not too much though, so Hong should be good for now. Loves is a madman here, Moxie. Anyone he sees, he's just charging straight towards. Claire now is going to have to put up with Love's aggression. That's going to be the blue armor almost instantaneously minced through. Loves does now get tagged up himself. It's going to be Nox, so Love's forced to retreat. Is going to try and get that armor restored up and running to get the purple back engaged. Nox, though, is still going to try and engage here, but Love's fantastic use of these abilities to try and keep himself alive. But it's ACOS versus ACOS here, I believe, as the ult is going to be popped through from Nox. The counter ult comes back out from Love. Now, can Love somehow duck, dodge, and duck his way out of trouble because Nox, he's a man on a mission. He smells blood and he's ghost hunting. But there comes Love with a reversal out towards this zone and wanting to know, Moxie, these players do not want to touch this corruption because that does damage.
Yeah, and it goes straight for your shields as well. So for Loves, it's even more important that he holds on to this. But he's chasing. You notice that Nox just used all of his abilities and burnt the ultimate, and he's trying to force onto this fight as quickly as possible because he's going to have that F ability back a lot faster. And there's a reason that Loves feels confident to be able to take these really aggressive plays. It's because he's running that F1, and you get the damage reduction. Every single time he uses it, you see that defense up. It's there for Nox as well. He uses it, but he uses it in the chase! And it's going to be Loves who's able to catch him twice in the uppercut, using that hit confirmation off of the F connection as well to push on to Nox, but Nox turns it around. He comes in with the staff, but the poison splash from Loves' body takes the fellow Athos down, and both of them are losers in that engagement, as now it's going to be down to 4 players. Pick coming in with that barrier actually pops the mech inside of the building. Okay, you're going to have to try and shoot through these really small windows, because if you want to be able to actually get out of this building, they're going to force you out of the mech, and this is so smart. A Bane's Breath is actually going to be landing right on top of Pig in a matter of moments, and he's forced to drop the ultimate, or he's going to be stuck right in the middle of it. Takes 2 ticks of damage from the Bane's Breath, has to leave the building, gets grapple locked into position, as now it's an absolute race, as these 2 players both know that Pig is incredibly low. The staff connection's coming through, the charger protect, as Pig is forced to go into the Bane's Breath, has to go through the surf, and puts himself straight into Celestra, straight into potential RNG, taking him out of this lobby incredibly early, but he's been able to break away. The kill does not come through onto the Farrier, and he is going to breathe one big sigh of relief as he's been able to distance himself and put a lot of attention now onto the other players around him, as Hong using that F ability. There's that defense up from the ACOS so that he can keep himself in play. He's not the one who dropped that Bane's Breath, however, so that shield is immediately going to be matched, and he went straight back into another one. 6 seconds left on the Bane's Breath. Hong, an absolute sliver of health, has to keep himself as mobile as possible. Oh, you want to talk about close encounters. That's definitely a very close shave for an ACOS. That is definitely one of your 9 lives used up, as it's going to be Unique now with that Valda trying to scout through these buildings, figure out where everyone is going to be. Has the ultimate, has the bubbles, has a little bit more want, though, to take these fights into the out and open, where the Valda is really going to be able to shine. A lot less importance, however, on taking fights in open spaces when you're running that V2, because you are mobile with those spears. As Hong has been spotted, he was actually hiding in the zone tick to be able to escape attention. Pick gonna be in the exact same position, Hong with that ultimate, having to actually go through, using that grapple to be able to carry him through so that he doesn't take the heal damage. But unfortunately, his heals are weakened. He's played in the zone a little bit too long, using that ACOS ultimate, trying to track down Pig at the moment, who breaks into the building and then immediately backtracks back through the window, but he's gone straight in to another player at the moment. Pig is in real danger, actually has to go all the way into the zone tick and tries to take refuge on the 2nd floor of this building, but the problem is it's already occupied. Unique is here, all of the players currently here, the zone pushing them outside of their spaces. Unique is trying to find a lock onto this ACOS at the moment, but Celestra just making it so hard. Pig an absolute slither with the amount of damage you take from the zone tick, as Unique sees Hong low and locks him in. The staff left click, not allowing Hong to be able to escape. The zone tick chunking through that health bar, and we're reduced to just the 3 players remaining. Who is it going to be that takes this first match? Is it going to be Unique? Is it going to be Choice? Or is it going to be Pig? Unique and Pig now going for that 1 versus 1, but Pig not wanting any of it until he has the information of 1, where that 3rd player is, and 2, he has that ultimate to be able to give himself a little bit of safety, to be able to hop into that mech and bop some of these players back if they look for that full ultimate lockdown onto him with this Valda ultimate, as he has been spotted out. Unique just scouting the cliff faces to try and figure where everyone is playing from. It's risky, however, because he is now actually putting himself in the middle, but look at what he's done. He's established his position where the zone is actually going to collapse, and it's going to funnel these other 2 players directly into the middle of his ultimate.
And I just want to take a second to highlight as to how on earth Pig is still alive. This guy was about 1 HP 4 different times throughout that craziness. He got caught in the Bane's Breath. He got caught in the Shadow Corruption. He got caught on the same floor as 3 different people at one point. And still somehow he comes out on top with the full purple shield up and running full health. That ult charge on the mech ready to go as well. But as you said, down to our top 3 here in game number 1. If you've just joined us, an absolute bloodbath so far here on Morris Isle to kick things off in the ACS. Week number 2 solo game 1. We have got 5 more games coming up with you after this. But if you're in this 1v1v1 now, Moxie, and you're one of these final remaining players, how do you go about playing this?
Well, this is actually really dangerous because you're in a free versus, and 2 of these players are Valdez. And with the zone tick being so far gone now, if you get hit by a spear, you are going to take so much damage. Like we said earlier, Zone Corruption ignores shield. So the fact that some of these players are running around with legendary armor is not going to matter a single bit. Worse for Pig, Valda V2 actually allows you 2,000 health extra. Because when you're in the ultimate, if you take damage, it only takes the ultimate's duration as opposed to your actual health bar. So Pig has such a mountain to climb to be able to chunk through 2 Valda V2's health bars. And you know, both of these Valdas are just waiting to force this mech out early from Pig. The bubble's coming through from Unique to buy himself a little bit of zoning to make sure that he's not pushed into taking that zone tick, as we're going to see Unique and Pig. But both of these players deciding to back on off. They've identified their choice has not shown himself, as we're seeing the ranged pot shots come through from a little bit of a further field. Unique using that staff, that momentum. Pig is doing the exact same thing to try to keep pace with this Valda at the moment, as no one is making a move. Unique has lost a lot of shield health, however, but he's having to be incredibly mobile to be able to make sure he's not locked down by another player, and as a result hasn't found the time to be able to replenish it. And this is now what these 2 other players are going to do. They're going to continue hounding him down for as much as possible so that he doesn't find those reset windows. But he has been able to lose both Choice and Pig and find that reset. His Choice with that legendary pistol, just trying to chunk through these shields as quickly as possible. And what was an incredibly aggressive game where we very shortly saw us reduced to 3 players left in the lobby is slowing down a lot now because these players are waiting for that zone. Pig actually trying to go for the engagement, gets parried. Will be able to take the time to be able to pick his weapon up, however, as Choice now takes prime position against Unique, who's put himself in the worst possible position. Choice with the uppercut, securing so much zone tick onto Unique's health bar, as we're now going to see Choice with the uppercut confirmation onto Pig again. The Katana doing so much work. There's the Valder ultimate to be able to buy himself the health bar, mincing through that mech shield, and immediately it's gone. That's what I was telling you about, JP. That safety line of the Valda V2 that you fall so incredibly low, but the second that you go for the ultimate, your health bar just bolsters straight back up and past full, and you get the opportunity to lock them in position, even in that mech, forcing them to take that zone tick and allowing yourself to walk away with a win. What a play from a Valda.
Yeah, so good from Choice. And I've got to say, Choice, I think, played that whole end game really, really well. Throughout the whole time, it was always sort of Unique and Pig that were the ones engaging with each other. What did Choice do? He said, hey, I'm not going to complain. Like Moxie just said, I've got the ult in my back pocket. I know that I just need you guys to make one mistake and I can fully capitalize on that. It happens the first time where he catches Unique. He parries him in the zone. He finds the he finds the kill initially. He then turns straight onto Pig. And as soon as Pig drops that mech, you know exactly what's going to come into play. That Valda ult's pop catches him in the Shadow Corruption. And it's as easy as you like for Choice to pick up our game number 1 win. And what a game number 1 to say to start off this week, Moxie. It had everything.
I mean, we had superb aggression coming through very, very quickly. Like, you were talking to me before the series. You were like, oh, it's probably going to be pretty slow, right? Well, we're definitely going to actually see these matches go to zone actually collapsing, like zone 6 into zone 7 full collapse. I was like, nah. We are in aggressive meta. We are in third-party meta, and so many of these Valdas just want to have this ult built up as much as possible. It's the exact same thing as something like a Takeda or a Zip. Even Monk as well in Transformers. You take as many fights as possible, you build that rage as quickly as possible, you hot swap onto things like the cannon to be able to hit multiple players at the same time so that you build the rage even faster, so that if you find your back against the wall in a position where we saw Choice just now, you'll have that V2 to be able to throw out, because it really has just so many viable things that you can use it for, whether or not you just want the zoning, whether or not you want that CC lockdown, whether or not you want that extra health bar. Valda V2 does it all. You can pack so many things into this one ultimate, and I am 100% here for it because it's been so long. It's been so long since I got to see Valda do well in a solos meta, and I just have the biggest smile on my face right now because she's finally. I've waited so long for this moment.
I was literally about to say, guys, if you can't tell by the smile on Moxie's face, I think she's happy that her beloved Valda is now more meta, at least in solo, so she doesn't have to constantly carry people like myself in duos or trios with it instead. So, but no, look, I was really impressed with how Valda's now been brought back into the meta, and you know, people like Choice, they just put it to use so well. And these are the scorecards and the scoreboards after that game number 1. Choice, of course, picking up the lobby win with 4 kills, 5.6 kill points, 4 ranking points, pick up a 9.6 overall game score. Pig just behind them with an 8.6, Loves with a 5.8. One thing to mention though for Pig, he was sitting in 5th spot, I think, in terms of overall standings coming into today. So, you know, a nice 8.6 game to kick off the day. It wouldn't surprise me if we've seen himself shuffle up that leaderboard slightly in terms of overalls.
Yeah, the survivability of the Celestra chase. Oh my goodness, I needed that downtime. I think those 3 players left in that stalemate also needed that downtime because the adrenaline was high. when we saw that 4-sided chase for Celestra with the zone tick being taken into play as well, and we saw the Farrier getting stuck inside the building thinking, aha, I'm going to be able to zone you, and then the Bane's Breath dropped and the coin dropped, and I was like, oh no, I have made a mistake. But we also got to see some really good plays coming through from some of the other players. I hate to point out that the Zai unfortunately sits bottom of the leaderboard at the moment for all of the reasons that we did discuss. You're going to see it right here, right now. URG unfortunately going out, having had a pretty rough rebirth from that solo to Pig, getting some really good mid-air connections with the cannon. The double tap onto Choice hits 1 and then is able to catch that reverb as well off of the knockback. Really good play coming through from a Farrier in a lobby that wasn't really full of barriers, especially now with that Valda V2 being able to stun you in that mech. Farrier has sort of fallen out of favor.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting as well. Obviously, you know, we have sort of the five hero rule, right, in solo as well. So, you know, one thing to know about not only is this whole meta shift around heroes, but it's sort of hero management, right, across the board from these players and picking who to use and when. But this here Choice, I think you can sort of see that he was very comfortable on this Valda from even that round with Yang. I think that was a blink and you miss it round with Yang performance from him, and then he just took that into the rest of the game. He punches off really nice and easily. And here, you know, Pig's almost forced to pop the mech. Like you said, the mech pop comes through to get himself back up full, but there we go. The counter roll straight away from Choice is just so nice, so consistent, and so well played. No doubt he gets the MVP of the game. You look across in terms of the Soul Chains. You've got the likes of Prideful, Soul Slash. You've got Sky Pillar, Skyfalls, Phantom Step, and Ocean Parter as well. You know, lots of damage being dealt from Choice here. 13.6k damage as well. You know, he put that staff to good use, I think. 5k of the damage coming particularly from the staff. And you were mentioning, you know, you're a huge fan of the way players can put that to use.
Yeah, not just that, I am also a huge fan of players actually playing Valda and combining it with a dagger. We actually got to see Choice using that Prideful with the dagger in that Gate of Yang fight that they just showed on replay. It's so smart. What he does is he throws that spear, and like the Valda ultimate, when you're stuck in that spear, basically you are guaranteed 1-hit confirm. So you have to make it count, right? And the beautiful thing with the dagger is the combinations and extensions that you can do off of a 1-hit confirm. So he uses that CC to actually go into the Prideful to just take them into the sky, suplex them down, and then follow up with the dagger extension when they're in that resound animation, and it just eviscerates in the blink of an eye. That's why that Gate of Yang fight is so short, because all you need is 1-hit confirmation and the world is your oyster. I'm gonna keep throwing Valda puns out here, JP. I have been waiting for this moment to come. I have so many, and I cannot wait to use them all.
You've just got like a list on your second monitor of all different types of like shellfish, fish, like water mammals, different types of water providers all ready to go. I mean, listen, you know, when you live for it and you embrace a champ like Valda and you get your time to shine, Moxie, you're gonna take it with full force, right? I mean, I think one of my favorite heroes back in the trios was Monk, and I think at one point Jake nearly just muted me in Deafen because I kept throwing out so many different puns when it comes to Monk.
Jake didn't join in. Oh, let me tell you, Jake and I had a pun off when we had the pulse of the Overcomer. Soul Jade come into play, the one where it summons that spiritual horse. We legitimately had a pun off mid cast to see who could get cringier horse puns. But we can have a look at the player leaderboard after have a look at how some of these players are actually using their most picked heroes. And you know what I see? Valda. I'm super happy. Lovely to see Ataka and Mitari as well still be in play, especially given some of the changes that have occurred on the Taka. Whether or not you can actually be able to pull off that infinite becomes a lot harder now with the decrease in time, especially in that Gate of Yang situation. But love it, hate it, Taka Infinite is always going to be a highlight in a 1 versus 1 scenario.
Yeah, I mean, look, as we continue to go through the player introductions and see who the favorable picks are across the board, again, more Valda in there, a bit of Yoto as well thrown into the mixer. I just want to quickly highlight one player who I thought had, you know, I don't want to, you know, send too many shots at his only game number 1, but a player that I didn't think performed very, very well, and that was Mines. You know, Mines came into this and was number 1 overall on the leaderboard. I think he picked up like 0.5 points in that game just from like placement alone. You know, but when you've got, you know, the people like Pigs, people like Choice, etc. behind you, putting up a monstrous sort of 8-9 point game number 1. Now, really, as we move over to Holorov in map number 2, you know, you've got to look at the likes of Mines, Zakame, Milk, who were inside the top 6 at the start of the day to really step things back up. Because one thing about NARAKA is, with the multiplier system, with this amazing ranking point system that we have in the game, if you fall behind early, boy oh boy, can you fall behind early.
It's not just that, it's also the mental fortitude that it brings to your games, right? A lot of the time, especially because now you played those 6 games in solos, it's not like the NARAKA esports of old, where all the way back last year in Season 1 and Season 2, we had 3 games of solos, and then we would actually swap over and do 3 games of trios. So if you had a little bit of a rough day, it would only really impact 1 to maximum 3 of your games. Now, if you have a rough day and you actually have that slump and that slide where it continues to impact your performance, you're missing out on double the potential points to come through. So it really is incredibly important that these players are able to acknowledge, okay, it was 1 rough day, it was 1 rough match, and immediately be able to come into the next one and turn it around, especially because they're going to be heading to a different map entirely, a different time entirely as well. We have Starry Night coming through, and it may be incredibly beautiful and gorgeous to look at graphically, but it is incredibly deadly. If you get stuck in those meteor showers, it's going to be the exact same thing as we saw from something like that Bane's Breath drop coming through. If you are able to land in the meteors and keep yourself safe and collect the Stardust, you are going to be able to hypercharge your ultimates up incredibly quickly, but it does definitely come at a cost.
Yeah, I think the first time I played Starry Night, when I was like a real casual when it comes to NARAKA, I was like, oh my god, look at this pretty thing that's like falling out of the sky, and then all of a sudden I was like, oh, that hurts. So yeah, it's safe to say, although it's very, very graphically pleasing, I think isn't it saying, you know, beauty kills or something like that, beauty hurts, something like that maybe, you know, it's very,
every
very
rose has its thorns.
Yes, there we go, exactly. Unfortunately for me, I probably have too many thorns and petals, but
Holorov has thorny rollers and sand cognacs as well. Like when Holorov first released, it was really funny. You could tell like which players had scrims and which players were still focusing more on Mora's Isle, because back then we only played 1 game on Holorov. It was game number 5. We didn't actually play 2 games. It was only until, was it season 1 this year? I think was when we actually implemented 2 Holorov, so maybe it could have been towards the tail end of Season 2 last year. But we only really started off with just 1 game of Holorov, so everyone sort of prioritized going for the games on Morris Isle and scrimming there and understanding the positioning there. And as a result, we saw a lot of players walking into traps, activating sand cognacs, walking into phony rollers. It was a time. It was... It was a time of shenanigans abounding.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think you touched on a great point. You know, players often, you know, prefer to practice and scrim on a map like Morris Isle because, you know, in the Pro League, in ACS, you know, you play 4 out of the 6 maps most of the time on Morris Isle, and it's very rare that you'll get a higher quantity than a double map of Holorov in a series. Talk to me about the playstyles between the 2 different maps, because although, yes, we're playing the same game, you know, with the same heroes, the same weapons, etc., the 2 playstyles on the map are, I don't want to say polar opposites, but there are a few key details there that you know, allow the map to be played certainly different at like a different pace and a different structure.
Yeah, there's a lot of verticality. There is so much verticality. When Holorov first released, we actually had a statistic. I believe it was only 40% of final circles would actually be monk friendly, in quotes, given just how much verticality there was in the game. And as a result, we saw in terms of trios things like the Takeda composition come through primarily on that map, as well as when Farrier first released. In trios, we actually had them putting her with the monks so that you would be able to jump into that mech and still have coverage. In terms of solos meta, it tends to be where we see our zips come out a lot of the time. A lot of tight spaces, a lot of verticality means that you really do have to be incredibly inclined at surviving those chases. And the fact that that bubble entirely stops the grapple cancel when it connects onto you allows for so many of these zips to be able to just survive. When we first saw it come into solos, the statistics that we had on those end cards for MVPs for damage because of the survivability that zips would be able to use parts of these maps for were over 40,000 points of damage, JP. It was absolutely insane how long these players would be able to find an engagement, slip away just with that grapple, not being able to connect onto them with that bubble, reset, come back into the fight, and then rinse and repeat over and over and over. But potentially we could see Takeda come through as well, given the fact that some of those buildings, the insides of them, tailor-made for making it incredibly difficult to be able to backstep or sidestep away from that Takeda ult connection.
Yeah, look, I don't know about 40k damage in a game. I'll be lucky to get 4k damage in a game when I play, all right? So, no, but yeah, I think you make a great point about the zipping, survivability. It's very, very vital that you survive on a map like Holorov, because there's so many different changes in positions throughout every single sort of skirmish and engagement that you get in. So we'll have to wait and see. I think I definitely want to sort of pick your brains when it does come to the hero select or character select, should I say, in terms of why you think certain players have picked them. Does it sort of suit their play style? And I'm just thinking back to game number 1. I think we only saw 2 or 3 zippings in game number 1, right? I think it might have been 2. So it'll be interesting to see whether on the first map on Holorov they decide to use their double up on their characters straight away on a map like Holorov, or if we're going to see all those players from game number 1, you know, pick into that. Well, I think there we go. I think we have some of the answers on our screen for you here. Talk me through this character select here, Moxie.
Okay, so we've got another Viper coming in. Again, we talked about this earlier. The changes onto that Viper F3 absolutely mince through Zip sustainability. So you can see that Hong is looking to counter both Peachly Loves and Fat Milk on that pick in particular. Verticality is going to play a lot of parts into these ACOS picks as well. When you're in the ultimate, you have that additional momentum and damage to your skill rush, as well as turning it into a gold focus, so it is unparryable, which means that you really can lead a lot of these players into the buildings and skill rush connect onto them as they come into that door frame. Vald is still incredibly strong, especially the fact that when you throw out that V2, you're still able to move and grapple and use normal base weapons as well, so you don't have to cancel your ultimate out early, which means that you can go from the low ground and the high ground and still have that insane amount of control. And the Matari is very similar to the Zip, a lot of survivability, being able to use that ultimate, slip out of the Viper, ultimate lockdown as well, because you entirely break out of line of sight, is going to be really good for these Mataris to be able to survive the chases that come through from them and make sure that they don't get locked into position, as we're going to be following along with, well, a Zip fight immediately going down. It's going to be right under plumed, as we're going to see Loves immediately popping that bubble to try and survive, gets the turnaround, the 180 parry onto Yuaji as Peachly actually comes through to cover, trying to find that third party and this kill connection with that pole sword. swinging through Yuaji and catching on to the player behind as well. Doesn't have the armor, however, to try and sustain through this fight at the moment. So now we see that bubble being popped to allow Peachly to be able to grab onto a push, break away from this fight that's about to occur between all of these players in the area, potentially pick through some of those troves, and better equip themselves for a fight when it comes to that doorstep, as SOFM using that F ability very early on is not going to have it now. Has been able to break on top of that roof, however, to escape Fat Milk, but throws the blue straight into the red. Fat Milk finding the parry, trying to follow up with that charged right click from the longsword, isn't able to catch on to SOFM, but he's being herded right towards where all of these other players are going to be playing from. Fat Milk forcing that blue to go cancel from SOFM, otherwise to go straight into the red as another parry comes through, and Peachly with the pole sword cuts through everybody in the same moment and catches both SOFM and Choice in the exact same swing, as we now see Fat Milk with the longsword pushing onto Peachly. That pole sword taking so long to be able to cycle into those swings, not able to keep up with the longsword toothpicking, as we see the blue attempted from Peachly using that bubble and the ultimate forcing Fat Milk back, as we see the horizontal longsword click now trying to connect onto the zip now that the ultimate has already come through. Fat Milk with the confidence going for that scale rush, throws out the horizontal straight into the Eikos F, as we see both of these zips forced to now try and move away. Fat Milk's going to have again that bubble coming back into play. The longsword going to actually be, the pistol rather, out of duration, so he's not going to be able to hot swap and pick apart these players' low health. Has to go for that pole sword once more, as there it goes, taking Peachly down, but Fat Milk now on the receiving end of the nunchuck lockdowns, forced to use that ultimate early, tries to throw out the blue, but gets parried, is able to use the ultimate, however, that Mortal Defiance bolt in to be able to knock back Eclair and survive what should have been a death blow, as Fat Milk with that zip survivability is able to disengage himself and somehow survive.
And breathe, Moxie. 7 people out of our 13 alive are currently in and around Plume Castle right now on the Hall of Ceremonies. Absolutely insane hot drop to kick things off here on nighttime of Holorov, and like you mentioned already, you can see exactly why the likes of Zipping is brought into Holorov, you know, the amount of disengage that we've seen already. But speaking of disengage, it looks like Nox is going to do just that, relatively low, scampering, scurrying away for their life. They have got the rebirth left, but of course losing that early on is not what you want. Does manage to go down eventually though, but Fat Milk now back into the equation after the armor has been replenished. Now got the upgrade from the blue into the purple as well. SOFM though, let's see how he's getting on, taking on Loves, and this is a Eikos who I think I saw the stats at the bottom, Moxie. SOFM has an average points of 8.6 in a game when he plays Eikos. There is a reason why SOFM likes to play Eikos so much. Very, very comfortable on that character, and I think you can see why, because he's just absolutely bullying Loves apart right now.
Well, there's the ultimate coming through from the zip, so he will be able to survive one death blow as SOFM uses that Eikos F to connect onto the zip. Tries to throw out that red in case the blue comes through, and Loves plays directly into it. The bubble now online for Loves. That inspiration shield going to be breaking apart in a matter of moments, however, as SOFM is going to burst it with that ultimate. Immediately Loves reduced to so little health, doesn't have the bubble, doesn't have the ultimate to be able to push SOFM back a third time, and the Eikos will finally be able to claim that kill, as we head straight back over, and I'm gonna get ready to talk for a very, very long time, as it's gonna be Roy Hee Hee going toe-to-toe for the third party with Unique and Eclair, as well as a fourth player on the fringes into coming on with this equation. Fat Milk, however, seeing that Roy Hee Hee has not gone for that actual engagement, decides to distance himself so that he's not the one turned on to. As Roy Hee Hee has the Takeda, has the ultimate, has the dagger. Unique with that F connects onto 1. That's another 10% of that damage reduction. The more plays you connect onto, the more damage reduction you get. And that's another reason why we're seeing these Eikos taking these fights in these clustered up groups of players so that they can get as much utility, as much shielding as possible from that one cooldown. As heading back over towards the snowfields, we're going to see Akame go right past 1. Has to be very careful, however, as it does look like we're actually going to have a weather effect coming into play on this map, as it's going to be Hong with that bounty. Going to show the threat level to be able to keep a track of this Viper's location. Has that F3, hasn't had to throw it out just yet, but has actually got the ultimate still building. And as a result, is going to have a little bit of a tough time if he does go for that engagement with choice. As, again, back towards Temple. Still going to see these players. No one really wanting to make that first move. As everyone is just vying for control inside. Fat Milk goes incredibly low, just using that longsword and the skill rushes combined to be able to break away from the pack. Doesn't have the skill rush blue hyper focus though to get away from that grapple connection. And he's put into his place, isn't actually able to hop into that bubble. There's the ultimate coming through from Fat Milk, but he's just caught between these two players who are passing him around like a chew toy. As a result, they do both get close enough to be knocked back by the ultimate, but now it's gone. The bubble about to come back onto line. Can he actually survive long enough to be able to pop it? Yes, he can. Fat Milk gets another bubble refresh and is going to be able to survive the disengagement for a little bit longer. The Skirmish, the hyper armor, trying to come through and survive so he doesn't get grapple cancelled out of it, and he's able to make it onto the second story of this building for potentially another bubble reset for this Zip. The grapple connection onto him, but the bubble is going to be able to come back online in a matter of moments, and as a result, Fat Milk actually has the confidence to be able to take this fight against Pig. The Skirmish actually connecting onto the Valda who tried to chase after him, and as a result, we still see that Fat Milk somehow, some way is going to be able to escape and survive even longer, as we are not slowing down. Tatsu and Akami going toe-to-toe in a Gate of Yang fight. Tatsu with the legendary longsword, the charged up left click connecting onto the target from afar. The F3 coming through to be able to push into the hit confirmation of that right click. As there's the Valder ultimate activation, dodges one spear, but doesn't manage to dodge the second. Akami not able to line of sight block with the pillar. That AoE splash damage that comes through from the spear connection. And Tatsu finishes, thankfully, a very fast Gate of Yang fight, so I can pass it over to you, JP.
I think you're going to need quite a few refreshments throughout this broadcast, Moxie. It's definitely safe to say that these solos have come to play in a fast, engaged way. But Fat Milk, how on earth is he still alive? Does get caught in that Valda ulti, but again has got himself 80% charge of his ulti in his own. But Pig so good at just stopping Fat Milk in his tracks. Can he survive any longer? I don't think Fat Milk is going to be able to. Has he bit off more as he can chew? Wait, Clary didn't actually hit it onto Fat Milk. I think he actually hit it onto
Pig.
Onto Pig instead. So Milk again somehow manages to get himself out of trouble. If you guys need a tutorial on how to survive with zipping, just bookmark it. That's it. That's the tweet. Get it on socials. Because Fat Milk is just giving you a clinic on how to play zipping on Holorov and just makes everybody burn through all the resources that they have, but somehow still alive. Now, let's head over towards Choice. He's taking on Akame. Both relatively low. One hit of damage will do it, and it's going to be Akame who comes out on top. And already we have lost a few players in this game. Choice, Pig on top two at the moment. No reverse left. They've gone out of the equation early, but we're going to kick things back off right over towards Plums as we've still got 6 players in and around the same close vicinity as each other. You got Yajaji, you got Tatsu, you got Nox, Hong, all ready to scrap. And it looks like they're going to do just that.
Oh, someone tried to drop that chandelier. It didn't connect onto anyone, unfortunately, but it did get dropped, so now it's going to be safe to be able to fight in the middle. As we're going to see URJ get stuck in that Valder ultimate. 1 wave, 2 waves, the Akos ultimate coming through, pinning Nox against that wall, taking all of the damage. As the third party from Tatsu comes through, but it's Hong who's able to actually snipe it with the cannon, stealing that kill, and then immediately backing on off. Does have that Viper ultimate to be able to throw out if he feels like he's getting chased a little bit too hard by these players. Pushes towards that bell, doesn't actually connect onto it with the cannon. Now he's going to be able to connect onto it and get the information of the amount of players around him, so he knows where to be able to go for the third party, as we're going to see that Akos coming through, throwing out that second click of that dual blade to try to mince through the shielding from Nox. Isn't able to follow up onto that uppercut confirmation, however, as Nox with the pulse, or just using that charged up right click to be able to buy himself a little bit of space to be able to break away from these players. Unique chasing after him at the moment, does only have 5 grapples remaining, so has to be pretty careful. Will be able, however, to use the geography to be able to scale rush. As we see Nox actually stuck in that stone form, is able to backstep off of that platform, so he is able to escape Unique that way. As whether or not that Akos is going to give up that high ground, that ability to be able to pressure the players below him, we're going to have to wait and see. As Yaj on that Akos with a legendary staff is definitely going to be looking for engagements. Really good weaponry coming through from him at the moment in comparison to a lot of these players, given the fact that not all of these players actually moved from this one position where they all started off with. All of this loot has been cannibalized by every single player in the lobby. So a lot of these players going to be incredibly behind in terms of scaling, as Royhihi unfortunately going to actually be behind Fat Milk, goes right past that Zip, hiding in those purple bushes without spy checking, either with a light attack or just the grapple to make sure that he's not able to roll backwards and dodge out of being detected.
Well, Gate of Yang is going to be up in 45 seconds. It's going to jump on board with a replay here between SOFM and Master Demo. How many times have we seen these two players just go head-to-head throughout already? But SOFM getting so much damage dealt with the ult, just keeping Demo inside the Shadow Corruption. And well, it's safe to say one thing that you don't want to be stuck with in both real life and a game of NARAKA is, oh wait, Demo actually found the kills with. I thought after the ult combo that it was going to definitely be SOFM who come out on top, but hey, Demo said, Moxie, JP, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm the best player in the game here, especially when I've got the Valda util to work with. And again, that's another prime example of why this new meta of Valda is so handy. You know, no matter what situation you find yourself in, you can always flip the scales and get things back on board and in your favor.
Well, it's not just that, it's also the fact that those Akos ultimate proids actually had been invested and Demo's able to survive. So if you're running that V2 on Akos, when you actually go for the successful pounds, you do actually get armor and health generated on the successful connection, but you can only throw it out twice. So as a result, you only really get 2 lots of those healing. And we actually see that Demo is able to live through the ultimate and then turns back in with the nunchuck. It looked like the full meter dump actually coming through from him with that charged up blade. And the Akos was not able to be able to use that ultimate to be able to sustain through, nor the F to be able to escape the stagger and use that damage reduction to live. That's what we're going to see Akame, and there's Yuaj with that legendary staff already primed in position for the scale rush into the air, trying to find his connection onto Akame. Has to be careful that he doesn't go aerial against the target in ultimate. However, because he could potentially get infinited, but there's no katana coming through. We're seeing the uppercuts from Akame now trying to push Yuaj into the air as much as possible so he can find those hit confirmations onto this Akos as much as possible. The ultimate now, an activation coming out from Yuashi to try and keep himself out of range of these swings coming through from that Taka. Tries to break onto that pillar to be able to cling onto its back and survive, but Akame is able to turn it onto Yuaj. That's always such a difficult matchup as an Akos, right? Because so much of Akos' kit relies on being able to break out of combo strings by popping that ultimate, and similar to the Temi F activation, it pushes you up into the air. And when you're up in the air, that is the last place you want to be fighting a Taka.
Yeah, I mean, clinical to say the least inside the Gate of Yang. But speaking of clinical, Eclair trying to be just that as he's taking on Rohihi. They are gonna have the ult available in Rohihi's hands. Eclair down to half shield, or half armor, should I say. Rohihi's now gonna get the refresh and replenish his armor back up to at least 3/4 of the way. But as soon as I say that, Eclair is gonna knock half straight back off. Just a little bit of feelers out here on the edge of the Shadow Corruption at the moment. Not too much going either way, but you know, we talk about two players here who can really turn the afterburners on whenever it matters. And now the splash damage of the cannons coming through. The engagement comes into play from Rohihi. Eclair is going to get his shield beaten up ever so slightly, but the reversal does come through. Eclair does get tagged up heavily, but still going to continue on the engage as he is going to find the combo up in the air. And all of a sudden, Rohihi, he's turned the tides in his favor. The ult is going to be popped through, but guess what? Here's come Tatsu out of nowhere. He's in a great spot here to find potentially 2 kills on the third party. Both players very, very low. Eclair has realized that he's trying to get hot on his heels and get himself a bit of a disengagement going. But Tatsu, he's not going to let him breathe.
Oh, Tatsu is not gonna let a clear hero, but neither is Roy He's gonna give up this kill. We're going to see again this Takeda try to come through and find this pick onto Eclair before it's stolen by the Valda, waiting in the wings. Eclair still hasn't been able to heal, gets that staff connection, batting Tatsu back a little bit as Roy He tries to track down where he's going to run off to. Gets grapple cancelled as we're going to see now Demo joining the fray for that fourth party. Roy He tries to come in with that left click from the staff, goes straight into Demo, however, throwing out the F3, guaranteeing that hit confirmation, and the soak as Roy tries to throw in the blue, gets parried and taken down immediately, but it's Tatsu with the cannon who found the last hit connection, and Dio is not going to be happy about that. He was only coming for that one kill and immediately wanted to back on off, as now he's got to try to disengage with all of these other players in the vicinity looking for any moment of weakness. The good news for him, however, is that he is not the player lowest at the moment. It's going to be Yuaj on this Akos. No ultimate to be able to gain himself a little bit more movement to be able to break away. Incredibly low, having to use that staff and that momentum to just carry him a little bit further forward. Isn't able to escape the fire tick nor the cannon connection coming through from the flame breath as Nox intercepts with the charged up left click on the dual blades, locking him in position and not allowing him to be able to survive, and that is going to be him taken out of this lobby. 8 players remaining, and it is all to play for as everyone is grouped up in such a tight position. This should be prime time for Hong to be able to come in with the Viper ultimate, but he has to wait until the space opens up a little bit and we move away from all of these buildings that these players are going to be able to sprint into the second that they see a Viper ultimate start to charge on through. There's so many corners to be able to break line of sight, as we see everyone now trying to find a little position where they're going to be able to keep themselves safe, whether or not it's going to be a high ground. And you have the control, the poke to be able to come through from the cannon, whether or not you're going to go for inside of these buildings and potentially take that poke damage coming through from the cannons, but sacrifice it for the ability to be able to scale rush onto these players if they want to press onto you. As there it is, the weapon effect, or rather the weather effect coming into play. Starry Night in action. Meteors start to fall, and it's going to push these players right indoors. The weather forecast is not looking great for these players out in the open, and that is not good news for Hong in the slightest. All of these players forced to take cover, and everyone now getting the ability to be able to build these ultimates in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, well, it seems to be cloudy with a chance of meteors, apparently, Moxie, as all of the players, like you mentioned, are going to scatter their way into buildings. Other than Demo, he just seems to be saying it with his chest, just lurking around the top of the buildings, but definitely safe away from those meteor drops. Anyway, one player that wasn't, though, is Eclair. Relatively low HP, is going to restore himself, living life very much on the edge of both that meteor strike and the cliff edge of the corruption as well. But either way, though, like you mentioned, we have got 8 players left alive, and I think sort of 6 or 7 of them are all in this same sort of close quarter vicinity of each other. And it's really going to be whoever starts one mass brawl, probably you're going to start to see the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, even 7th and 8th parties come through straight afterwards. And Demo, who was, of course, if you cast your mind back sort of 5 or 10 minutes ago, in a very, very tough spot against SOFM inside that Shadow Corruption fight, looks a little bit better for wear at the moment. The gold armor is going to be picked up for Hong as well. Picks up the gold weapon also. Hong's looking in a very, very strong spot here now. Moxie already 9.7 points on the board. 3 kills to his name. A very good game number 1 also. Now here doing exactly the same on Holorov.
Yeah, securing a high ground position as well for that Viper. You really want to have a high ground so that when you drop down with that ultimate, you are in as little range as possible for as little amount of time when the ultimate is ticking down, so that you don't get chunked through. That's why in trios we see a lot of these Viper heavy compositions. Players will funnel their loot and armor towards that Viper, not because it scales with the ultimate, but because you need your Viper to be durable. The second that any player in this lobby sees a Viper ultimate come through, everyone is going to turn on you, especially because you're the only Viper in this lobby. We've still got a couple of Valdas, we've still got multiples of this Akos, but we don't have another Viper. So everyone is immediately going to be zeroing in on the fact that you are the one who is going to be able to stun them out of these casts, out of these ultimates, and they are not going to want to allow you to live, as we're going to see things slow marginally down. Everyone just trying to find themselves a little bit of a better position. There he is, Hong on the absolute highest ground he can possibly be at the moment. ultimate, waiting for these players to come challenge him, goes aerial for that cannon just to be able to try and contest Unique, who was actually trying to look for that high ground approach. And this is really dangerous for a lot of these players in the area. That's why we're actually going to see the no ult zone now being popped, so that Hong can't actually drop from this high ground to the low ground with that ultimate in tow. So we're going to have a look at a replay of Fat Milk. There it is, the ultimate activation coming through. But it only saves you once. Demo then coming in with the uppercut confirmations once and twice, catching Fat Milk, who is able to turn around with that spear. Just so much zoning potential. But Demo with the nunchucks able to just push you into stagger so much faster. Fat Milk able to actually tap dodge out of that light hit confirmation and come in with that spear. If it catches you once, it is absolutely brutal with the amount of stagger that they have increased spear to make it a little bit more viable. In the past, it used to only be viable in trues because, like Greatsword and Polesword, you had two teammates to be able to stagger the players out around you. With how wide those swings were, a lot of the time you'd be able to connect onto multiple players at a time. But in patches past, we have seen spear stagger rate upped, so it can now actually keep relatively good pace with things like the longsword and the nunchucks in terms of staggering you down.
Well, mate, I'm just gonna hang out, wait for his opponents to make the decisions, potentially make the mistakes. And speaking of a mistake, I think Nox is not going to want to engage with both Unique and Fat Milk right there. Instantly loses his purple armor, is going to go ahead and restore it and get it back up to full within a blink of an eye. And it's so funny, Moxie, you know, because usually in most battle royale games it's sort of the final 5 minutes that is all the craziness that happens, right? But in NARAKA it's almost the complete opposite. It's like everyone's just jumping around in trees, jumping around at the top of cliffs, trying to stay alive, you know, and it's only the real final minute or two that gets all the engagement going down. But Hong knows such a powerful spot here. Ultimate high ground, I think, thus far. And he's got such good weaponry to work with. He has, of course, got that Viper ultimate as well. But like you mentioned, it's going to really come down to how Hong pops that ult in any of the engagements he gets in. Because as soon as someone sees that Viper ult popped, he is going to immediately get dialed in on and focused and potentially removed quickly and swiftly from this lobby. But now Nox, though, is going to turn their attention over towards Eclair. The restore on the armor coming back out once again. The ACOS ultimate available as well, so should the kiddie want to come out and play and scratch a few friends, he most definitely can. With just 4 minutes left, it's a little bit too early, I was about to say, to probably pop that out. You've got to save it for that later stage of the game.
It's not just that, it's also, look at all of these players, they're starting to move. Zone is going to be collapsing in a matter of moments. And these players who were quote-unquote safe in all of their positions, now everyone's out of the woodwork. Now everyone is actually going to be coming. If they were in the middle, they're trying to catch on to these stragglers who have their backs towards the zone, because if you can push them, if you can rifle into that zone, take damage, they take so much that you only need a couple more hit confirmations as the Valda V2 comes out. Demo with the uppercut, however, sends one flying into that zone tick, and that's the damage that we were talking about. Nox will be able to survive in that ultimate form, has that health bar, will be able to, as well as that, hold on to one spear, puts it onto Hong, who tried to chase after him, but he's now out of the ultimate, out of that lifeline of the extension of your health. As Nox has to now turn around with just the blue focus coming through to try and hyper armor through some of the damage getting sent his way with the cannon. Breaks onto that cliff, will be able to scale rush and break his way out of the chase that's relentlessly chasing him right now, as he's put himself so close to that zone in the attempts of being able to disguise his position and find that reset point. Doesn't have the ultimate, however, as above him we are actually going to be seeing a fight come through. Hong, that Viper, has used the F, won't be able to throw it onto the Valda who's chasing him down right now, doesn't want to use the ultimate, has to wait until he's going to be able to catch on to multiple targets, so he puts himself onto that wall, scale rushes right into the zone to try to chase after Master Demo and maybe give him a little bit of a mind games of where he would show up, but he stays on the wall too long. He's not able to scale rush. He has to use the ultimate out to turn on to Demo, as he's forced to actually try to survive so that it takes through, but Demo sees the Vipers incredibly low, holds his ground, takes the kill, guarantees that he's not going to get stunned, will be able to survive, and turns now onto Fat Milk, who'd seen an opportunity, comes in around the corner with the blue focus from the nunchucks, pushing Fat Milk even further into the zone tick, but Demo oversteps, gets parried into the zone, and Fat Milk is able to turn it onto him.
Oh, Fat Milk played it to perfection. He heard the engagement. He comes through with the third party. Blinking, you miss it. Fat Milk picks up the kill onto Demo as well. Oh boy, things are starting to heat up here. Unique though, on the high ground still. Fat Milk trying to take it off him. Makami just hanging on to the edge of the cliff here. And this is the verticality that you were talking about, right, Moxie, towards the end games especially. So vital that players play this correctly. Claire, the ACOS relatively low, half HP, no armor to work with, no ult to work with. Eva has got 16 charges on the grapple though, so the movement definitely something that he can get to terms and play with. And saying that though, no matter where he goes, he's just gonna keep getting knocked back down. Unique though, very much on the ultimate low ground, is going to try and dial in and focus Eclair, but Eclair still somehow manages to get the high ground on top of the building here, so that's going to allow him to get at least some health restored, but the splash damage from Akame does come through. Nox also just chilling out, enjoying the view, saying, hey guys, you just kill each other, I'm just going to vibe out here for a second. As Akame is going to still try and do some work with this cannon. Nox relatively low, is going to get hit by yet another bullet out of the chamber from Eclair, and things are going to start to heat up.
Akame, trying to keep himself aerial for as long as possible, has the pole sword. This is the meta weapon when the zone starts to collapse through. You're going to see so many of these players running around with that charged up right click to be able to zone out all of the players around them, potentially catching onto them and pushing them into that zone tier, because Unique uses that red, forces Akame away from being able to throw out the blue, as now we're going to have an absolute scrap to come for Akame. He uses the ultimate now to be able to go aerial for as long as possible and keep himself out of reach of these players, as everyone else around him willingly walks into the zone. He goes in with the elbow to guarantee that no one can actually attack him. As a result, he's been able to sustain any of these players, but he will go down eventually as Tatsu with the Valder ultimate comes through. That again, that extra health that the Valder ultimate, that V2 allows you, sustains everyone in the lobby, and it's going to be such a good win coming through. And I hate to say it, JP, but as I looked at that Zone 6 collapsing into Zone 7, I thought to myself, if we had a Viper ultimate, it would be game over for everybody. Vertical, place to drop from, open space, nowhere to be able to break line of sight to stop you from just taking that stun. It would have been Hong's game if he hadn't been stuck before he was able to commit that skill rush.
And I think, you know, that's almost like Demo's probably caught onto the fact that the big issue here that he might have in winning the game towards the end would have been that Viper, right? Especially if he gets the high ground, like you mentioned. So the fact that Hong took so much damage from the Shadow Corruption as well, you know, like we mentioned, yes, cool, great, you've got gold armor. That's not going to protect you from the Shadow Corruption, buddy. I think by the time he comes out of the Corruption, he already have lost probably like 40% of his health. And then from there, I think Demo just needs to find the parry, hit a few combos, and push him straight back into the Shadow Corruption. And yeah, like you mentioned, I think if you run that back, you know, 10 out of 10 times, if you put the Viper in that end zone or in that final sort of engagement, sorry, every single time, I think Viper probably comes out on top, because that Viper stun on the ultimate would have just been so devastating.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's also the fact that, like, those players would all be clumped up and stunned in a very close vicinity, because for the Valder and the Akos, it's actually a lot of overlap on how you want to play your ultimate, because just like the Akos, Valder gets more value if you're able to hit multiple people with one spear. You get 3 spears to throw out, brilliant, but you can actually catch multiple people if they're in the same area where the spear hits. So if everyone's fighting in one very small group, you're going to be able to catch multiple people with one spear, wait out the duration where they're not going to be able to be caught into the next spear, throw out that secondary spear, and guarantee that you're controlling that final zone for so much time that they take so much zone tick damage you can distance yourself from a fight, because you caught everybody else. You guarantee as well that no one comes through and steals that one hit confirm. That's always been a problem for Valder in the past. Whenever everyone would be stuck in like a bubble or an ultimate, it didn't matter if it wasn't you that actually connected onto that player. One hit breaks them out of that CC immediately. And the amount of times we would see Valder's brought utility, guarantee a one hit, and someone else who would be third partying and like 30 meters away with a repeating crossbow or a cannon would just turn and take that one hit away from you, and it would be game over, because that's your utility on cooldown and you have no survivability outside it. But we can have a look at the leaderboard, and one player, Unique, may have taken it with that #1 spot, but credit where credit is due, Fat Milk survived to take a 3rd podium finish, and I do not know how, other than just insane mobility on that zip.
I'm pretty sure Fat Milk had like negative 4,000 HP in that game or something like that. The amount of time this dude was like 1 HP, he just kept himself alive on the zip, the bubble refreshes. I think he hit like 4 consecutive bubble refreshes in one engagement.
I think we're on 5. I think we were on 5 when we cut away.
It's like, that is ridiculous to just, and that's quite a long cooldown for an ability as well, right? On the bubble reset. So, fantastic stuff from Fat Milk to take a 3rd spot as well. And you know what? Let's not discredit. He picked up 4 kills as well. So even though he was dancing with the devil a little bit, you know, he was the one doing the burning, not the other way round. But in terms of the game number 2 winner, of course, that is going to be unique. But let's take a little look at things as to how they unfolded here on Hollow of Nightfall, of course. One thing that didn't disappoint.
This was gorgeous. That one hot swap onto the pistol, as Nox was incredibly low, had to pop the Valder ultimate. Valder ultimate ran out of time, so once again you go back to that sliver of health. The hot swap onto the pistol, you just need one connection. And that was how Fat Milk picked up one of his kills, as we can have a look at SOFM and Demo going toe-to-toe. It feels like these two players just have a gravitational pull towards each other. So there it is, SOFM using that Aegis ultimate, making sure not to play in the zone for too much time, going in for the uppercut confirmation after that pounce confirmed, but Demo still able to turn around with that spin into the nunchuck full meter dump. Oh, it's tasty.
I remember when we was watching that, we thought SOFM right was going to come out on top, but then we didn't realize that all we had to do was just wait for the Valder to just get the abilities up and running, pop the abilities in that situation. There's only one winner, especially inside the Shadow Crusher. But yeah, this is again Fat Milk. I don't know how on earth. Even here now, like look, he's literally like 1 HP, just dodging around everywhere, trying to stay alive before the end of the game, but. Yeah, it is going to be unique, picking up your MVP, of course, as the game number 1 winner. Let's take a look across at the Soul Jades as well. You've got the Overcomer, Heartstopper, Kick, Overlord, Wave Roll, Overlord again, and the Health Soul Jade 2. Picking up the V1 and F1, of course, on that ACOS 2. Decent amount of damage, 12.5k damage on that front. 7,500 of that damage being dealt with melee weapons as well. So he likes to get up close and personal, and I guess when you're rocking that ACOS, you kind of have to, right?
It's really interesting as well that he actually doesn't run the V2, which is what we see a lot of the ACOSs in the past for the solos run. I was looking at what Mines and SOFM were running when they were able to pick up ACOS MVPs, and they run with the V2 because, like I said, when you get those pounces, the connections, you get that armor and you get that health regeneration. It was a big part of why SOFM felt confident to be able to take those fights in places like that zone corruption, because he believes he can out-sustain players like Demo with that V2. But instead, they're running that V1, which is, it's nice to see. It's really good to see. We're not going to see the V3. V3 is very much Trios play only, but getting to actually like see the ACOS utility being used in solos to be able to do things like break out of the combo chains, extend your own combo chains as well, chase after those players with the uppercuts as well. Absolutely brutal. One thing to note is no Temi in solos whatsoever at the moment, and I think a large part of it is down to the fact that F throwing, it's too easy to punish. With things like the uppercut, especially with ACOS coming into the meta, you have that activation with your uppercuts to be able to instantly close up that distance and go for those confirmation lockdowns. Temi just can't stand up to it. Can't stand up to the damage, can't stand up to the tech chase.
I mean, I think as the series goes on, or as the day goes on, should I say, when these players are of course forced to play many different heroes and champs, we might see a Temi come in at a last resort later on. But like you said, he's so easily punishable at the moment with the hero changes and the way the meta has started to shift. But let's take a little look at these standings, shall we? Across the board so far for today. And if you told me that the person who was sitting at the top of the leaderboard going in today after day number 1, when it comes to week 2's leaderboard, would be sitting with 1.5 points, Moxie, I would tell you as the heat in the UK got to you slightly, because Mines is struggling right now, but Unique very, very solid at the top of the leaderboard, 11.9, Tattoo just behind at 10.2, Hong, look at that, nearly 5 points per game, and when you average 5 points a game, you are going to be in a very, very solid spot as well. And Choice, though, after the game number 1 win alongside Pig finishing 2nd, not the best of performance out of them, sitting in 5th and 6th.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're seeing the consequences of a very aggressive meta where things can literally just change in the blink of an eye, especially with so many of these players grouped up in such a small space. Even though Holoroth is an incredibly large map, we didn't get to see any places other than like Imperial Village towards Yushan Ruins and Salvation. Salvation and Plumed. That was essentially all we got to see of that map because of just all of those players fighting in such an enclosed spaces. But talking about players, we're going to get to see a VT featuring some of those players, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Zai, Calamity Rising.
Welcome back to the Asian Challenges Cup for NARAKA. Oh, it's been such a good 2 matches so far, JP. We've had the fire, we've had the aggression, we've had the slow burn of Zip's sustainability, and we still have 4 matches to go. But I tell you what, Starry Night definitely did not disappoint. That meteor shower, highlight of the match for sure.
No, yeah, safe to say it's things of dreams, right? I think the amount of times, every single time that the meteor shower come down, I think people were just like rinsed from like purple armor to like half HP instantly. I think there was one occasion where it might have actually been Hong on the Viper who got caught in it twice. Like, literally got his armor taken off and then like 3/4 of his HP off and just managed to get out on time. But that's why NARAKA, we need to see more Nightfall, Starry Night, Holoroth. All right, just put it in. Can we just get like a full 5 stack of series of like Starry Night or something like that?
You only get to play Holoroth, you only get to play Starry Night, and you only get to play in the area that Starry Night is active on.
That sounds like an LTM if I've ever heard one, right? That sounds like the best limited time mode you could probably ever make. Me and Moxie are trademarking it. We're stamping it. We'll take a 2% royalty for every player that plays in it for the rest of our lives, and we'll love life. But no, look, we're now going to obviously head back over towards Morris Isle. We saw a great game number 1 on Morris Isle, of course. You know, it's always an interesting topic to say you've just come off the back of like a crazy end game on a Starry Night Hollow with all the craziness that's happening towards the end of, well, the different verticalities, to then go back to a more quote-unquote traditional style of NARAKA play on the Morris Isle, of course. These players are going to start to get through their hero picks now as well, and have to play these different characters. What are we expecting to see into game number 3? Because I think it's going to be a completely different ballgame. We're going to start to potentially see a few untraditional picks going into the later stages of the day.
Well, we're going to see one Takeda come through from Fat Milk. We're going to see a Justina actually come through from Choice. A couple of Zips, a lot of Valda still, a lot of Valda, and one lone Farrier to come through as well. Like, Valda's just shut up in terms of viability. No matter what daytime or like environment you're playing on, no matter what map you're playing on, the V2 viability just allows Valda to be so strong in controlling every single scenario that she finds herself in. Whether it's open world map, whether or not it's Gate of Yang fight, whether or not it's final zone collapsing, that V2 is absolutely devastating. So no surprises, we're seeing a majority of Valda picks come out from all of these players, because to counter that Valda, you want to be able to, well, run a Valda.
Yeah, exactly. No better character to a Valda than a Valda of their own. We see a few zippings across the board for Nox, Pig, and Rahihi. Yeah, Kos is available as well for Tatatsu and Akami also. But here we go. Into game number 3 here, ladies and gentlemen. If you joined us late, what on earth was you doing on your Saturday morning to not be here to watch the ACS, because you've missed 2 absolute stonking matches so far here in week number 2. We're heading into game number 3 of 6. 3 more to go. 2 more on Morris, 1 more back on Holorov in game number 5 as well. And it looks like Choice is continuing the current affairs here and the recurring themes of an early start to a solo game in NARAKA with non-stop ruthless aggression. But as I say, that we are going to switch over towards Rahihi. He's got Yahaj here, as well as one other player lurking in and around. That is going to be Pig, who's played very consistently and fantastically well so far, sitting at 5th in the leaderboards for week number 2. But Rahihi putting pedal to the metal. Some would say a spit roast as the Pig is getting carved up left, right, and center. And unfortunately for him, that's going to be the rebirth and heading to the Soul Altar almost instantaneously.
Yeah, Pig unfortunately throwing out that red, and it's a little bit too early as Roy he immediately turns it into an uppercut confirmation. There's now actually going to see Mythic counter coming through from Fat Milk, connecting onto Roy he doesn't drop the nunchucks. However, from his hands, Fat Milk does have weapons fully equipped at the moment, as we're going to see this try to sustain through. The ultimate being burned at the moment, incredibly low, has to buy time for that bubble to be able to cycle out. Does have the nunchuck meter though, to be able to zone these players out until that bubble is going to be back online, as Roy going to be dropping into that building. Fat Milk with the 1-2 light confirmation, mincing through what little health Roy he was able to come back in with, but there's the meter dump connecting onto Fat Milk, catching him in that resound animation for a little bit more damage as well. Isn't able to find the drop down damage off of that hang beam onto Hong, as we're going to see, however, him lead these 2 players into dueling each other, as opposed to collaborating to take this step down, as Roy does so much damage with that counter. Has that nunchuck meter dump bolt up, the bubble is online, he's able to drop into it, and now comes in with the hot swap onto the katana to be able to mince through this Takeda's health. Ultimate, however, coming through from Fat Milk, finding the connection. Roy he gets stuck against the tree, and as a result is not able to tab dodge away from the follow-up confirmation of that staff coming through from Fat Milk, and the zipping is going to be sent to the Soul Altar. So now head towards Shipwreck and have a look at Pig, who did go down incredibly early. Rebuff already going to be used from him. Gets sent aerial by Loves. The Valder ultimate now coming through. Pig not able to dodge out of it. Gets hit once and sent spiraling into the abyss, as Loves is able to finish him off. And that's a really unfortunate first start of a match for a player who was doing so well in our game number 1.
Oh, this little piggy went to Morris Isle. This little piggy then went to the Rebirth Vault, and now this little piggy, unfortunately, going to be out of this game and done and dusted for game number 3. But Mines looking to try and pick up the performance, sitting stone cold last at the moment in this week's worth of standings. He won last week's standings, Moxie. Let's not forget that. So we need to see a bit of a comeback and a bit of a resurgence here from Mines. And maybe if they get back to that, you know, hyper-tempo, aggressive style of play, I think he's just not really, you know, had the muscle memory there. Just not come into today's games on the top of form. But trying to hunt down Peach if possible. Not only half HP left to work with. Has got the standard armor as well, but that's not going to do too much when you've got the likes of Mines charging at you fully. But Peach, of course, is going to just try and survive as long as possible. 50% towards that mech on the Fury now as well. So a long way to go before that ultimate transform into the mecha is available. But Unique not giving Peach a moment to breathe with. Is going to find the engage once again. And for Peach, how do you manage to get yourself out of this situation? I mean, Unique's just closing the distance back and forth, and maybe that's exactly how a big parry comes through. Some damage dealt towards Unique, and now Peach is going to help with the third party to manage to put Unique down to half HP, but the counter comes through. Unique finds the pick, but Mines is there for the third party. He's gonna rip Unique completely apart, and with a sliver of HP, Unique just manages to get away, but not before the grapple comes through. Mines picks up his first kill of the day.
Oh, that is brutal. But SOFM not able to find the follow-up because of that Takeda using that ultimate inside the building. SOFM chasing after, has that second spear, however, and comes in with the connection of the dual blades. That one hit confirmed. Belmic is so low, he only needs that one hit to be able to bring that Takeda down. And SOFM, another of these players that coming into today we had a lot of high hopes for, didn't have a great start to the day, but is very much starting to find his footing at the moment, and not a moment too soon, given that we are in game number 3. As heading over, Roy He Bubble on cooldown, ultimate available, deciding to take this fight against Tatsu at the moment. There's a little bit of a loot deficit, however, finds the connection of the right click from that dagger to try to chase onto Tatsu. The greatsword, one swing, two swing coming through, connecting onto the zip. Bubble immediately going to be popped as Roy He trying to come in with a little bit of opening damage on that bow. Doesn't find the connection he's looking for. Ikos F now thrown out to keep that zone away, as there it is. That pole sword just mincing through the zip. Coming through, cancelling out those 1-2s to make sure that he doesn't go into that blue, as Roy forced now to use both the ultimate and the bubble. Third party coming on out. Fat Milk off of that soul altar, trying to intrude his way, looks for that opening with the uppercut from the dagger, doesn't find the connection, however. It's the Akos ultimate that actually manages to connect onto Roy He, who is incredibly low. Tatsu is able to finish that zipper finally with one of those strikes, and it's going to be Fat Milk now trying to disengage as quickly as possible so that he doesn't become that Akos' next target, as SOFM, oh, Cavalry Bloom. Love to see it, especially when you have the dual blades and you have that zoning potential. The Gate of Yang coming through, SOFM immediately able to book his way into a fight to go 1 versus 1 against Mines. It's going to be that Valda, the ultimate, and the bubbles available. Doesn't have anything past a blue weapon. However, as we're going to see, the aerial immediately come through from Mines. The connection on landing already pushing through, breaking 50% of SOFM shielding, but the cavalry boom connection allows him to focus through the bubble. Not going to be able to escape one, however, as SOFM now coming in with the uppercut confirmation into the vertical, catching in with so much damage onto Mines. Valda versus Valda doing so much damage at the moment. Both of them in the ultimate form to get that health bar to be able to survive. The combinations coming through as SOFM is able to find the connection. That spear into the uppercut confirm launcher combo. Goes now for another connection with the ultimate. Locks out of Mind. He's not going to have that extra health bar, and as a result, SOFM with the ultimate lasting just a little bit longer. That sustain a little bit better is going to be able to win that 1 versus 1, but a very big mind game between the two.
Yeah, and it's one of my favorite things to watch is when you're in a Gate of Yang or a Realm of Yang, for example, when you've got so many mirror matchups of the same characters in that Gate of Yang, and especially when it's the likes of a Valda as well. It, like you said, comes down to, you know, pinpoint precision with making sure you get all the ability uses and the ult pops down to perfection, and SOFM just comes out on top on that one. It looks like he's come straight out of the Gate of Yang as well to pick up another kill on to Nox Reach as well. Or is not going to end up getting away. It looks like for now they might just maintain the distance, and SOFM does pick up another one, and there's no way SOFM just turns around, parries, and just completely destroys Master Demo. Are these like, you know, joined by this?
These are all replays just showing SOFM getting all of these kills. Look at him! He's on an absolute stunner of a rampage with these dual blades. Look at it! That uppercut launcher combo into Cavalry Bloom connection on the restand animation. Oh, that's nasty. SOFM does get frozen in that Justina ultimate, but we're going to see now Choice is going to be out of dashes pretty soon as SOFM does take that longsword chase. The F3 used, but the Valder ultimate now coming into play. Choice without the ability to be able to blink out is going to be caught, and SOFM, the reason that we saw all those replays come through, this guy is currently sitting at 5 kills in this lobby of the 16, well, technically 15 players that he can take down, given that he is participating in that 16 numbers. As we're going to have a look at Mines, who's currently in Yang depletion at the moment, so he needs to pick up a Soul Bloom, and as a result, he's having to get aggressive, and it means he can't disengage even though the potential third party comes through. He has to find this kill confirmation onto this low health Akos. He thinks he can find it. That confirmation uppercut with that lockdown of the vertical is going to be able to claim him, and he's not able to pick up the Soul Bloom, however, in time, as the third party just does not allow himself the respite to be able to loot the body, and as a result, Mines is still not out of the woods. That timer is still ticking down. He has to use the F3, but he now backsteps into the zone tick, and Akami with the Akos ultimate closes the distance and hunts him down. Mines is taken out of the lobby.
Oh no, Mines just overstepping the mark ever so slightly, and what looked like a better start to game number 3. One mistake and it costs you so much dearly, as Akami now on the Akos looking to just disengage, but Choice has got other ideas, and you know, Choice has been a player who's definitely impressed me. I mean, he was our game number 1 or game number 2 winner, right? I think we saw Choice pick up a win, if I'm correct. If not, definitely like a couple top 3 placements. What was literally about an hour and a half ago feels like an eternity ago when it comes to keeping up with things that happen in a game of NARAKA. But Hong, who of course would have been disappointed that he didn't have that Viper ult towards the end of that Holarov game, and did obviously get taken out early, looking to bounce back here in game number 3, sitting at 6th in the overall leaderboards at the moment. 90 seconds until that next Gate of Yang is going to spawn on in. We've seen very, very quick, fast and furious Gate of Yang so far here today, Moxie. I think it was just that last one between the two Valdors which seemed to go on and become a little bit of a skirmish. And you know, it's always good for a player to get inside the Gate of Yang, get it done nice and early, you know, get yourself moving on to the next stage of the game. But is there an element of risk taking the second Gate of Yang going into a game like this?
I was gonna say, we do see a lot less players actually try to push for that second Gate of Yang, purely because there are so much less players. If you lose that Gate of Yang, you go into the 4-minute timer. If you don't pick up a Soul Bloom from a body, you're immediately knocked out of the lobby. And you saw players like Mines, right? When you are up against that timer, you're forced to take fights that you're really not able to disengage and back out from. And especially when you head into that second Gate of Yang, not only are there less players around, there's also less space. So chances of being third-partied and someone coming through, like we saw from Mines, where he's able to find a kill, yes, with the jump into the vertical lockdown. The problem is he's not actually able to loot the body, and then he has to try and find another kill, and as a result, so many of those players turn on him because he just doesn't get the opportunity to disengage. Speaking, however, about players who maybe have the confidence to go for the second Gate of Yang, SOFM has been able to pick himself up somehow off broadcast legendary dual blades to go with that Cavalry Bloom. And he is going to take the second Gate of Yang fight because he has the confidence. He doesn't have the ultimate. However, he might have overstepped. He thought that no one would challenge him because this is the second iteration, and he now has to start off this fight without the ultimate being in play. Cavalry Bloom coming through, threatening that space, showing that he's got it. And oh no!
Oh Lord!
sits right into the path and landing of the cavalry bloom. The free shot from the Justina has to come out so early on. The F3 from the Valve to be able to buy himself space. The Justina ultimate already popped. The Valve ultimate coming through so SFM can sustain through. The Spear's not catching onto the Justina in the ultimate, however, it's now we're going to see Choice picked up in the whirlpool and spin into the cavalry bloom. Oh no, Choice! That grapple Choice! That was not the right decision!
Oh, SOFM does it again. Diabolical decision making though, really, from Choice right there, Moxie. I mean, we thought SOFM overstepped the mark, but definitely was the other way round. But 6 kill on the board now for SOFM, so solid.
It's not just that, he's Mystic Might now. He literally gets the pings on where players' locations are going to be, as well as the damage reduction. He's not slowing down anytime soon.
I was about to say, why would he? He's got the legendary Jewel Blades as well, like you mentioned as well. Like, it's just going to be so much damage output from SOFM as well. And if he comes through on the likes of these kills here on the third parties between sort of 4 or 5 players engaging, this is just going to be points on points on points for SOFM in this game number 3. We mentioned sometimes, you know, in NARAKA, yes, games can get away from you if you go down too early, but when you have a monstrous game like SOFM has here, Moxie, you can claw your way back up the standings just as easily. And now Choice, off the back of that, you mentioned, you know, with that depletion, you have to push for these kills, right? Like, otherwise you get yourself knocked out instantly off the back of the defeat in that Gate of Yang. So Choice is now put in a bit of a sore spot where he knows he has to find and engage to either confirm a kill or keep himself alive here. Otherwise, off the back of that Gate of Yang defeat, he's going to be bowing out very, very soon.
Oh, that's an early free shell from him as well. Forced out of Choice, he was in the middle trying to connect on to... Looked like it was the Takeda. As Peach is out of that mech, is going to have to try and buy the rages. Off screen, SOFM picks up Fat Milk. SOFM picks up his 7th kill in this lobby so far, as we're going to see Peach trying to escape. Has to use that F to be able to disengage from Akami, who's still trying to hunt him down with these grapples. I'm keeping an eye on the mini-map. Somewhere, at some point, boss music is going to start to roll and we're going to see SOFM pop up on the horizon and take down, or at least try and take down all of these players with Choice. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Has the ultimate, but he's trying to find a connection into this fight. As we see Valda V2 coming through a clap, pushing onto the zip at the moment. Level going to be up for Nox. One spear out of the way. Ultimate saves Nox in the absolute nick of time as Akami with that cannon tried to pilfer the kill. As we're going to see Eclair drop the F3 to be able to disconnect from Choice following through. As here he is! SOFM! The Mystic Might going to be running out in a matter of moments, but it has allowed him to be able to figure out where all of these players are going to be pushing from. As Eclair has been spotted, separated from the pack, isolated, weak, trying to heal the cavalry bloom, the dual blades, the F3 to lock Eclair up into position so he has nowhere to run to be up the top from SOFM. And he is absolutely unstoppable. 8 kills picked up for the Valda. As Akami now in that Akos ultimate is going to be out of that Akos ultimate by the time SOFM is able to join this fray, and he's just using it to bunny hop as far away from that Valor as he possibly can, is able to push onto Choice inside this building, uses 1, uses 2, has the third pounce, isn't able to find the connection. The free shell form keeps the Justina safe as he loses a majority of his shielding to the cannon splash damage coming through from above the staff. Just used to be able to buy Akami that distance to be able to disengage. Oh no, SOFM might be able to find a 9th. The Valder ultimate activation coming through from SOFM. He's figured out Choice's position. He knows this is Justina that he took down in the Gate of Yang. The freeze comes through in the absolute moment necessary to save Choice. SOFM gets caught in the freeze. And as a result, before he falls, the blip comes through and the Justina is gone. The Hong is there, and SOFM has another target to go after. We're going to see the staff, the movement, trying to keep him as far away from this Valda as humanly possible. The F3 online, the ultimate, going to be building up for a little bit of time. Hong trying to run from the 2 players to his left, has to backtrack into SOFM, who's in actual a little bit of a downtime. He goes for the reset. The reshield, the repair onto the cannon to be able to build that rage as quickly as possible and cycle back into the ultimate. Now that that's gone, however, he's going to come to play. Hong has to use that blue, gets away from the grapple connection, holds onto it just a little bit longer. The distance coming through, that charge up from that staff, carrying his momentum through, dodging out of these cannon shots. coming out from SOFM as he's trying to build that Valder ultimate up and lock these players down for that one-hit confirmation into that dual blade combination that we've seen be so absolutely devastating. So if I'm not finding the connection that he's looking for from these cannons, however, these players doing a very good job with the staff of just carrying that momentum for as much as possible. One shot, still not finding that moment that SOFM is looking for, just trying to play this high ground. We're going to see a Bane's Breath come through. And oh, not only is SOFM 8 kills, he also got Morris Blessing spawning right on top of him too. So all of these players now go straight into Cavalry Blim if they want that box.
Yeah, it's going to be important to see who comes out with that Morris Blessing. 2 or 3 players just dancing around the idea of it. SOFM, though, does get tagged down relatively low. And for the first time in what seems like an eternity, SOFM forced to disengage. And he gives up the gold armor in the Morris Blessing towards Yuji as well. Because unfortunately, SOFM just was too low to engage. He manages to grapple himself away. He needs to get the health up and running, but not a moment's rest as the re-engage comes through, but SOFM shreds through the gold armor. This man is an absolute machine. 1 light equals 1 prayer for his W key because it's going to be broken by the end of this game, Moxie.
Oh, and because of that, he's built the rage. He's done enough damage to be able to generate that ultimate. Now if they turn onto him, even without that armor, he has that safety cushion of the extra health as SOFM drops the F3 choice straight into it. Gets hit by 1 bubble. The soak! But SOFM tries to throw the blue. Tries with the up and hot swoops onto that pole sword and shoves for SOFM and steals the jewel blades away. So Cavalry Blim entirely useless until the Stealer goes down. Choice with the uppercut, able to connect onto SOFM, still not able to break through that Valda's health, however, as SOFM forces the free shell bomb and instead of waiting for that kill, goes to pick up his dual blades. So that the Cavalry Blim comes back into play. Choice still not out of the woods just yet. Gets caught in another Valda as we're going to see SOFM finally pick up that kill onto Choice, but it might have been his undoing. He stays too close to the edge of the zone. Hong comes in with the nunchucks, threatens that space and pushes SOFM, who's an absolute sliver of health, out of the way. He's still going to be MVP though, surely, with the amount of kills and sustainability that he's able to pick up. Now it's just going to be the Rights of Glory. Who's going to come out? Is it going to be Hong? Is it going to be Unique? Or is it going to be the waiting in the wings, waiting for his time to strike? Akame once again playing the third party. As we're going to see Hong there coming in with the cannon, dealing a lot of damage. Akame already chunking Unique down incredibly low into the air. Does he go? The vertical finishing him up. Akame with the charge up from that staff, catching onto Hong. Now the left click pushing him. The 1-2 confirmation. Now it's going to be the Matari ultimate trying to escape that combo string. Akame trying to turn it on to the Matari, who's invisible but still able to be hit. Akame with the 1-2 into that light focus of the left. As now we see the Akos ultimate. The slash is catching onto the Matari as we see the blinks. As Hong is just trying to run and lose the Akos into the...
Oh! Oh! Oh my lord, Hong! What a man!
Oh my god. He baits him. He baits him perfectly. Around the corner, it's such a tight corner. The grapple carries your momentum perfectly, and it's into the Dragon's Roar. And he had no clue. He had no clue that the Dragon's Roar was available. Oh my goodness, the great switcheroo. But I mean, it was stylish. It was flashy. It was definitely one way to be the last player standing in the lobby. But there is only one player. There is only one player who could be MVP after a game like that.
I mean, it's almost heartbreak for Hong, right? When you make a play like that to like something just completely turn the tides to win a game, and you're not the talking factor of the game. That is devastating from Hong's point of view. But I think you'd be an absolute fool not to highlight SOFM as to the way he played that that game number 3. I think if anything, he was almost unfortunate that last engagement that he took was so close to the Shadow Corruption that he had nowhere to disengage. He couldn't back off, and because he was so low, he would have died to the Shadow Corruption anyway. He was forced to engage and then try and almost sort of dash through and maneuver a grapple through the other player. But yeah, SOFM, man, what a performance. I think it was 9 total kills, if I'm correct. Maybe even 10. Like, probably like 17, 18 points alone in that game. That is a way to jump from like 9th in the leaderboard to the top of the table, to say the least.
Yeah, there's 2 points of hubris, I would say. Going for that kill onto to Choice, and also going for that Morris Blessing. Like, you're getting challenged, you don't have your Valor ultimate. If you have the Valor ultimate in that situation, go for it. Because if you get challenged and your health was low enough, you have the ultimate to fall back onto, right? But we could see the ultimate charge. We knew that he didn't have it. We knew that he was still trying to generate it. The only thought of mine that I can have for why he would go for that, other than I want the legendary armor to be able to sustain and take it away from all these other players, was that he knew that everyone would be gravitating towards that space, and that if he actually puts himself into a position where he's able to hit onto all of those players at the same time with Cavalry Bloom, ultimate immediately online, and he can immediately go for that spear connection and just rinse every single player remaining with that. Just it's such a brutal combination. We want to talk about just weapon identity with different heroes. Takeda, his ultimate and longsword, always going to be a big one, but Valda with either dual blades or dagger to be able to follow up those spears is just, it's insane the amount of damage you can do and the speed that you can do it as well to stop any potential third parties. And there you go, that's your answer. SOFM doesn't quite hit the double digits, but 9 kills. 9 kills.
I mean, look, he hit the double digits in terms of kill points, right? So that's got to count as something. 11.7 of his total points came from kills alone. 1.5 in terms of ranking points. Not quite the 15-game score that I thought it was, but 13.2. That's not too damn bad, Moxie, to say the least, for a game of NARAKA. And look, I mean, again, if you imagine, for example, like you said, he grabbed the gold armor out of the Morris Blessing and could sustain the durability and fights a little bit more. You probably add an extra maybe, 2 or 3 ranking points onto his score as well, because he would have just been able to just from pure survivability standpoint. But no, it's a great point that you made, I think, in terms of that whole Morris Blessing skirmish and engagement between those players that we saw. I almost think SOFM was caught in sort of 2, maybe even 3 minds at times. Yes, he probably wanted to get the gold armor on board to try and take it away from other players, but like you mentioned, he was very kill hungry, holding that W key down for a lot of the time there, trying to catch the players in that combo like you mentioned. So I think he just bit off a little bit more than he could shoot in the end. But this was sort of from minute 1 the way that we saw SOFM set the pace of the game, just shredding through mines almost instantaneously in the gate of Yang, I believe. And just one thing that impresses me so much about SOFM is his ability to know if, when, and where to pop his character abilities. His game knowledge and game sense is almost flawless at times, right down to the last minute before he'll pop that ult to get the regeneration and the health up and running. He's so smart at using a character like Valda. So I really hope that we see SOFM pick Valda more going into some of these, these solo competitions that we see, because he is so good on it.
Yeah, it's not just that, it's also understanding what using those utilities have actually depleted from the player that he's facing. Like, a lot of the time, Cavalry Bloom, it's blue. You can parry it, right? But because he was combining it either with the ultimate hit confirmation or just the spacing created by throwing out those bubbles of the F3, that turnaround is insane. I'm gonna need so much time to be able to recover from that one, and I'm sure Cam is probably going to need a little bit of time to recover from that one too. But I mean, can we just look at these numbers? 29,467 damage with melee weapons, 31,162 damage overall, and the dual blades, 27,749 coming from SOFM.
If you want to read my reaction to those numbers, it's literally SOFM's picture right now. Just thumbs up. Good job, bro.
No, my reaction to that is when we cut to us after that turnaround, and both of our eyes are just like super wide, and the hands are up, and the elbows are above the head. That's my reaction to those numbers. That's insane. That's zip. That's zip release lobby numbers. That's something else.
oh, it's just, you know, it makes you think, like, could you imagine if, you know, we had sort of like an older rule set where you're allowed to play the same champ on a few occasions, and it wasn't just, you know, one double up, and you had SOFM running around on a Volda like dropping 30 or like 25 to 30k damage every game. It's a scary sight, man. And yeah, I think it's impossible, although look, credit where credit is due for Hong getting the reversal and the bait play, like we said, to pick up the win in game number 3, but you just can't ignore talent. And this isn't even SOFM's main game that he competes in. Like, let's not forget that. Like, he doesn't even play this game. Like someone please just put this guy on a salary, say forget League of Legends, who cares about it, just sit here on Morris Isle and just bully kids and make them cry. All right, like that's what you just...
I think we should like form a management. I think we should we should try and sign
Moxie PE Sports, and our only game is NARAKA, and our only player is SOFM, under the rule set that he is only allowed to play Valda for the rest of his career. Like,
I would love to get to see him play more. Like, this is a teaser as well, right? To Worlds. Like, yeah, this is what we could potentially players that we could potentially see competing into Worlds, maybe even moving into the Pro League. As we head towards season 2, we're seeing some of these players, they went to Worlds, they competed at Worlds, they performed at Worlds incredibly well. Please remember as well that this is the first time Worlds last year that both the US and the EU made it into the grand finals. So a lot of movement from all the regions of the world, as a lot of talent significantly stepping up the NARAKA mechanical play.
I mean, look, you look at the world of solos, right? And there are so many talented players across the world. I think, you know, immediately the first name that comes to the mind is the likes of Spider and Mike, for example, in terms of Pro League. But I on a world stage, but you look at the likes of SOFM as well, you know, even the likes of Hong on occasions, and, you know, Fat Milk's durability and sustainability to stay alive. But SOFM in particular, there are some real, you know, relatable and similarities between SOFM and the likes of a Spider or a Mike, for example, because those two players, they're very aggressive in their own rights. They know the game inside out. They know how to, you know, best use the ability kit that they have on a character. And SOFM, I feel like, you know what, this could be the new kid on the block almost, Moxie, right? Who's to say, you know, okay, Mike and Spider, you've had your own way in the solos of the Pro League and Worlds for a long time now, but, you know, SOFM, he's here to play, and he's playing with a bang.
I mean, Spider's not even that old. That's the thing. I was talking to you before the broadcast saying, like, solos used to be a lot slower. We used to have a lot more downtime, a lot more lull, a lot more sort of psyching everyone out in terms of positioning and range as well. And then in season 2 last year, Spider came along and suddenly just kicked everything into high gear. And we never had any lull moments, we never had any sort of downtime. It was literally, you would hot drop, you would fight, you would continue to fight until the final zone collapsed. And like you said, there are definitely shades that you can see from these players that have been inspired by the likes of Spider and Mike's playstyle, where they do just want to play that incredibly aggressive and very fast pacing, where you look for the first parties, you find the kill, and then you move on to the next.
Yeah. And I think the question is in terms of consistency is key, but we are going to take a little short break where we've got an awesome video to show you. But when we come back, we'll be jumping into game number 4 here at the ACS. Don't go there, because me and Mox will be back in just a few.
the same pattern from before here. We're going to see Akame go for the ultimate in return. Mines will throw the same here. Gets their ultimate out as well. Akame will get caught out. This is going to be huge. Into the hot swap. Oh my goodness, no, the ult comes out to cancel the hot swap to keep Mines from being able to follow up. Left remaining alive as we get ready to see who's going to come out on top. Peachly with a massive parry onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk trying to turn things back around. Peachly, though, going to catch some more damage. We will see the bubble coming in from Fat Milk. Peachly will find the bubble again here in just a couple seconds. A massive parry onto Fat Milk. Fat Milk, no place to go. Goes back, finds the weapon. Peachly, though, with the chase still going. Fat Milk, no bubble available yet. And there it is. Oh, my goodness. The ult will save Fat Milk for the moment the bubble comes off of cooldown. Fat Milk has got to find a way to take control of this neutral from Peachly. Hasn't found it just yet. Peachly finds the parry. Akame, we're going to see the clank come through again. Akame going to overhold, looking for the potential to go into the meter dump. Roy a little afraid from it, backs away, but we're going to see Akame use the tech chase.
Just to keep some space here. It looks like they're both trying to charge it up, hold blue, keep priority in this fight. SOFM switching. They're both going on their ranged weapons, but Hong able to come through with that combo again as we're going to see the F come through. SOFM with a huge parry onto Hong and the ultimate combo into it. And it's now a 1v1 situation. Demo going incredibly low. Akame getting very, very dangerous here. Knocking Master Demo, able to knock Akame out into the circle. We're going to see the ult get popped and he gets caught into the circle, into the one shot. Master Demo.
Oh, we needed a little bit of a cooldown. Just a little bit of a cooldown after some of these absolute fire matches that we have been treated to, JP, here at the ASC. And I don't think we're going to be slowing down anytime soon. We've got a heat wave outside. We've got absolute fire on our screens at the moment. I mean, what better way to start the day?
Yeah, literally. I mean, when I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning, or 6 o'clock this morning, sorry, and it was like 45 degrees, I was like, do you know what I need? Non-stop action, not a second to breathe, hardly any time to drink water. I just want to see aggressive NARAKA, and boy, oh boy, have these players lived up to expectations. I like drowned myself in my sink a minute ago because I was sweating just from pure adrenaline and anxiety. These players are giving me anxiety, Moxie, all right? I don't know what they're going to do next, and it's scaring me. But no, look, it's been a great week so far. We've got 3 more games. We're only halfway through the games as well. That's the best thing about it. We are staying on Morris Isle for this next game before heading back to Holleroth for game number 5. So one thing I was sort of touching on before we jumped into the break was, yes, okay, we can talk about, you know, how Spider changed the sort of play style and got the aggression into NARAKA, and there are some sort of similarities between some of these newer gen players that are starting to come into NARAKA now and learning from his style of play. But one thing that these best of the best solo players have is consistency, and consistency is always key when it comes to esports, let alone the battle royale. So now we're going to start to see the likes of SOFM, you know, Fat Milk, for example. Mines is a great conversation topic about consistency because he had a stonking week number 1 but really struggled today. Can these players maintain their performance over a longer period of time, or are they just going to be one-game wonders?
Yeah, like consistency, I feel every single time we do a NARAKA cast, no matter whether it's trios or solos, it's something that we always talk about, right? Because like you said, you can have some really good pop-off games where you do just have that mechanical skill and RNG shines upon you, whether or not you're playing a specific hero who's suited for that final zone, or whether or not you open one of those troves and immediately land on golden dual blades. Which can we just acknowledge that SOFM somehow, not only was he able to come in with so many kills, he also managed to find himself legendary dual blades.
Yeah.
He was just like, here, go ham, go try and break your record. Have all of this.
It was literally like the Bane's Breath god of NARAKA just said, here's the win. Have it. There you go. There we go, dual blades. You've got the perfect combination with the Valda as well. But oh, what a surprise! We are seeing 7 Valdals, if my maths are correct. No, sorry, my maths is very much incorrect. I think that's 6. Always great to know my private education went to good use. Lots of Valdas coming into play. We've still got the ACOS every now and then. Oh my god, is that 2 Zais that we're seeing in the bottom right hand side of our screen? Or Zay, sorry, should I say? Nox and a Tatsu. We actually saw who was it who played?
It was Age. It was Yuaj.
You are, yeah. So we obviously mentioned that it's been a big talking point in the pro scene, right, with this new character being brought in. If you haven't checked out the trailer, by the way, go and watch the trailer because the lore and the cinematic is outstanding. NARAKA, you've done it again.
That being said, though, if you've been running into some problems with Zai in your actual games, really good handy tip. Rune and I actually we got together yesterday and we were talking through our opinions on her and whether or not she would change the solos meta. One of the easiest ways to deal with a Zai ultimate, all of her hits, other than the uppercut, are above. So if she just goes for those low swings, you can jump over them. And that means that heroes like Akos immediately don't have to worry about 75% of her ultimate. As we're going to be seeing no Akos and no Zai at the moment. It's going to be a Valda coming through from Fat Milk, just trying to chase after the bubble. Already used the ultimate. Bolt up, Kitana versus Kitana, my favorite micro gameplay coming through. As Fat Milk isn't able to escape that charge at blue. Focus now comes in with one of their own, however. Indemo thinks that it's going to be a fake, thinks that Fat Milk is going to crouch cancel out of it, doesn't throw the red. The blue gets entirely committed onto, and we see him just absolutely obliterated as Unique now looking for a potential third party at Akos. Trying to build the ultimate as quickly as possible. Hot swaps onto that cannon, hitting multiple players to be able to try and build that rage and generate the ultimate as often as he can. Yuaj, again, unfortunately, brought low as SOFM. He's got his favorite weapon. He's got his dual blades. He's already going to be coming in with a pick as Unique. Decides not to go for the fight. Instead, just loots the body.
You know, sometimes, yeah, cool, bloodbaths all fun and games, but why not just pick a pocket or two while in the middle of an engagement? Makes life a little bit more fun after a devastating game number 3 from SOFM, and looks like he's going to try and continue where he left off. You mentioned he's got his trusty best friend, the dual blades in hand, and boy, oh boy, does he get work done with them, to say the least. Of course, not going to be on the Valda this time, though. However, he can still make it work with the abilities that he's got at his disposal, and he picks up his second kill of the game almost instantaneously as well. That's
Matari is just magic. Like, when you actually see players who can use Matari, like the ultimate, to be able to extend those uppercuts with the dual blade and then the blinks to be able to go through the blues, it's something else to just see them being able to go from in front of you to behind you in the absolute blink of an eye. So we're going to actually get to see a Zai come through. Hong, that Valda, drops the F3. Does unfortunately not pick up the Zai in the middle of them and gets sent airborne by Nox at the moment as a third party's attempt to come through from Leclerc. The V2 now popped defensively from Hong to be able to buy himself time. Oh, is Leclerc going to go for it? Is he going to activate the water wheel? He is going to activate the water wheel. Okay, well, Hong, you're going to have to grapple out of the way. He is able to disengage before the grapple can immediately shred through all of the extra shielding. Still has the spears, is able to throw one towards Nox, doesn't manage to find the pickup, however, and it's going to be harder to be able to lose the chases that he has in Celestia, given that he has a bounty on his head currently, and that's going to make his ability to be tracked pretty easy. As Nox on that side, just trying to chase after. Looks like the bounty actually just wore off. As we're going to see a Farrier mech popped come through, connect onto Roy Hihi and knock him back. So Farrier now immediately going to have to drop out of it to be able to get a little bit more distance right on that target, not finding the engagement that he's looking for as things take a little bit of a slower start to the game as opposed to some of our earlier matches today.
Mad Moxie, we've only seen 6 kills and we're 4 minutes into the game. What is this? Are we even playing NARAKA anymore? I don't know what it is. My life's a lie. But speaking of Devil in the Shower period, it looks like Loves wants to try and make that the 7th kill of the game as Claire, unfortunately, looks like he might be scampering his way to not just getting away, but potentially getting away to his death because Loves is not giving him an inch. Does manage to confirm the kill eventually, though, on that Valda. I'm just really liking this Valda meta at the moment, man, Moxie. I can see why, you know, she's one of your favorite characters to play in the game. The ability set that she's got is super fun to be engaged with. And oh, look, it's the 2 old buddies going toe-to-toe once again, Moxie. SOFM and Master Demo fighting. Who would have thought it?
Oh, I told you. Gravitational pull. There is a thread. There is a red thread of fate between these two players. Just grabbing them together every single match. But SOFM actually decides to cut it so that he can escape. As a third party had come through. Yuaj, very low in terms of weapon scaling. So has to be pretty careful about how he decides to go about this, as we do actually have a fourth party now showing up as well. SOFM sends the ultimate, used it earlier in that tussle between Demo, now gets caught with only one of those two blinks. Doesn't actually get turned onto by any of these other players, however, gets the opportunity to go for that reshield up on the high ground entirely unworried by anyone, as he now decides to take this fight into the zone. Early zone tick damage is going to be very, very little. And as a result, SOFM with that kill will just be able to walk over the body, pick up that soul blim, and get that immediate replenish on his health bar as he dodges that spear sent his way from Yuash, just trying to block the Matari before the ultimate runs out. As he's holding onto it for as long as possible so that he has that health continued, but it runs out now! And Choice gets such a good connection with the vertical from the long shot, pushing Yuaj back into that zone tick, but Yuaj is actually able to return the favor. The Katana Blink now coming on through, connecting onto Choice, but he's so low, he doesn't have the ultimate. The hot swap onto a repeating crossbow does the job, and he is taken out as Choice is actually forced to try and hide himself behind this building to escape the damage coming through from another repeating crossbow. And this has actually meant that he's waited a little bit too long in this position. SOFM could potentially try and punish when he does eventually emerge, but it looks like he has greater things to worry about. More specifically, this Gate of Yang spawning. He wants to take this duel.
Yeah, he's a player as well. Look, we speak a lot in NARAKA about players who favor the Gate of Yang, try to get into it. Some people just don't like it. They like to stay away from it. You know, they don't like sometimes the RNG 1v1 aspect of it. But SOFM is not all of the above. He absolutely adores a Gate of Yang, and he is almost always on the scene first when it comes to being spawned in. So we are going to see that drop relatively soon. And there are sort of three players in and around the same vicinity. It's going to be Choice, Loves, and SOFM all fighting for it. SOFM actually gets in ahead of Choice as well. So he's going to be taking on a Nox, going head-to-head as well. 5 seconds until this one gets underway. And one thing to note for SOFM, that ult's about to come online at the perfect time.
Yeah, this is really dangerous. The cannon is going to do that damage necessary to build the ultimate. The duel base looking to find that lockdown. The Katana coming through to try and buy that spacing. Early F now coming out from Nox to dodge out of the lock that SOFM was attempting. As now we see the ultimate activation. That's what I was talking about. The jump entirely avoids 75% of the damage as SOFM does get caught in the V2. The burning now starts to come through, but the Matari ultimate with that lockdown and the attack increase. SOFM not able to find the window, however, to chip into the side. Forced to back out because of that ultimate. Tries to hide behind the pillar, but surprise, the V2 goes through. The burning effect, SOFM goes down to the Zai. It's such a devastating attack when it actually hits you. It's so hard to be able to dodge out of in that position. In the open world, there's so much room to be able to maneuver around that cone, but when you're behind that pillar, you're just locked into position.
Oh, so good out of the Zai as well. And I think that's the sort of first example we've seen of how well that Zai ability kit can be used to the best of its abilities as well. So solid stuff there out of the Gate of Yang. Let's jump on board though with Hong rocking that Valda. The ult's just cooled down as well, so nothing available for him. SOFM on the Matari, like you mentioned, has got the ult available and wasn't popped inside a realm of, the Gate of Yang, sorry. Is going to head over towards Server's grounds. And I mean, this is the sort of the stage of the game where we start to see people really like take their foot off the gas ever so slightly, maybe start to work their way towards the zone, get a bit of read of the map and which way the Shadow Corruption is going to start to be moving and pulling towards. And I mean, how important is this sort of mid-stage of the game here in a game like NARAKA, Moxie? For me, it's vital that you get it correct.
But you need to be able to scale in, especially if you're running Zai like Transformers. Her ultimate scales with the weapon that she has equipped, so it's vital that she's able to elevate herself into either purple or legendary as quick as possible. That's likely why we're seeing these take these fights in the Gate of Yang. For SOFM, however, he needs to be able to find a kill. He's been able to find a fight against Ataka right now, and he's actually being able to put this ultimate to use. Being able to use that lockdown to be able to guarantee these strikes with that attack increase, just mince through this Taka, but the third party is there. The clap will be able to escape just a little bit longer. SOFM looking to try and cut him off at the pass. Is going to hear that heal going through behind the wall. Immediately gets a read on where this Taka's location is. Elbow comes through, forcing SOFM to wait, and that allows that third party to potentially catch up. As Unique is here, SOFM picks up the Soul Bloom. He's safe. He doesn't have to worry about getting depletion. Third party now coming through from Nox. SOFM can literally use this opportunity to try to run away, but he's not. He's not using the blink. This is an aggressive play, and he's now stuck in stagger between two players who want his head. He's going to be able to escape. The Zai actually chasing after Unique. The ACOS, rather than the Matari, allows SOFM that sliver of time to be able to distance himself, as the Zai is the one now with that Vermilion Bird's Might. If she goes down, she gets to keep her loot. It's about to run out, but the fact that she won that Gate of Yang secures such a good weapon for her, and that's already legendary scaling into the ultimate. And as a result, all of these players close by are forced to just disengage, and everyone now has that mentality of when you're trying to outrun a lion, just don't be the player closest to the beast. Don't be the one closest to that Zai. As Unique, with that effort, is able to buy himself a little bit of time, but SOFM from absolute nowhere grapples in with the dual blade left click and claims the kill.
If you are Unique, you are smashing your keyboard, your mouse, your monitor, the lot. You're saying to Nox, why are you focusing me and not the Matari? And all of a sudden, SOFM turns and burns, finds the kill onto Unique eventually as well to pick up his fifth. He's going for back-to-back over 5 kill games here, you know. 24 points on the board already this week. This is phenomenal from SOFM. And he's just maintaining the pace that he has set from game number 3. And the damage output he's now put onto Fat Milk as well. The ult does come through. SOFM is in fact caught momentarily, but the blinks come out. He survives just in the nick of time. And for Fat Milk, SOFM and Nox, I think this engagement has just a few more moments left.
I mean, SOFM actually owes a huge thank you to Nox. Like I said, when you're stuck in that Valdespir, one hit breaks you out of it, and it's not actually the Valda that breaks him out of the stun, it's the Zai who grapples through and actually connects onto him, knocking him out of it early, so the Valda isn't able to set the confirmation, the uppercut combination when you're just stuck against that corner, and you're not able to escape, and you just continuously get pushed into that ceiling, and there's nothing you can do. And as a result, SOFM is going to be able to survive.
By the skin of his teeth, indeed. Mines, though, speaking of survival, you know, usually the apex predator being the lion he is. Unfortunately, the hunter becomes the hunted at the moment, as Peach is doing a great job of trying to maintain the distance. But Mines is going to pop the ult. Big old slashes, but the counter ult comes through from Peach as well. Both players relatively low. Peach goes up in the air, survives just about, and that's going to allow Mines to disengage and get himself replenished and restore the shield and health back up to full. But momentarily, either player very much could have lost their life. But let's jump back on board with SOFM. He stumbled out of one three-way engagement straight into another as he turns his attentions to Hong and Akame now. 40% build up on the ult, has got the F ability to work with only 9 grapples though, so has to manage those well. Hong, one thing to note though, only got the standard grayed out armor on him, so he's almost a sit and duck at times here. If SOFM can engage close with those dual baits, the Morris Blessing I believe is going to be popping out.
He wants the box. He wants the armor.
Onto the box as well, but I love what SOFM is doing. He's working his way closer to that Morris Blessing, but forcing Hong further away. Solid stuff here between these two. Akame now going to come and try and get involved in the action. SOFM, surely he just leaves these two to engage and grab the box. That's exactly what he's done. SOFM has played that beautifully.
Yeah, he's going to be able to immediately upgrade that blue into a purple, and he's been able to make sure that Hong is unfortunately forced to keep himself. He's been able to pick up a blue armor, at least a little bit more safety, but definitely not the purple that he wanted. We're actually going to see Hong now trying to loop back to that Morris Blessing and just see if there's anything left inside it, and I mean, he does pick up the purple armor. He did pick up the discard, because SOFM had actually dropped his purple to pick up the fresh purple in the box, and as a result, Hong does manage to find that epic. As unfortunately for him, it may come with a cost. Nox now coming in with that side. That's the legendary dual blades. Woo! If SOFM gets a whiff of the fact that there are legendary dual blades in play, he is coming for that side. He is coming for that weapon.
He's smelling them.
I think he's smelling the combat, the potential for that third party as Fat Milk drops the F3 just to make sure that no one tries to push onto him before he's able to finish this. Reshield isn't able to find it in time, however, as there's Nox with those dual blades. Activation of the V2 does connect on to Nox, who's able to try and sustain through that Zai ultimate, putting a lot of these players under pressure, but now he's not immune to the coil anymore, and the second spear will be able to connect onto him. Fatnell trying to use the opportunity to disengage, gets the counter onto Love, the parry coming through, as we see Love's trying to drop that F3 to be able to break out and survive that counter damage coming on out, as Fat Milk is actually going to take so much damage, but the F3, the early drop might have saved him. However, Love's with that swap onto the nunchucks is able to follow up his, oh, here it is, SOFM is spotted Love's. He gets him with the Matari ultimate, and he's gonna pick up legendary dual blades, and here we go again.
Oh, just strap in. Cock your chair back, Moxie, get the popcorn out, because we're in for a treat again in these final 11 minutes. We're talking about an engagement, by the way, that had blue dual blades up against legendary dual blades. But not only that, the huge factor of that Matari ultimate as well that came into play was so huge from SOFM, and now he is in full swing of confidence. He's got the purple armor to work with. He's got the gold dualies as well. He's just going to work his way through this lobby like he did. 6 kills already, just 3 off of his kill total for the last game. And he's still got so much time left to work with. One thing to note though, Moxie, we're down to just 5 remaining players here. We just lost 3 players within the blink of an eye.
Yeah, like I said, this is a very aggressive lobby as SOFM, like you said, not slowing down anytime soon, exchanging lights with Hong. Takes repeating crossbow fire, actually has to use one of those F-blinks coming through, gets stuck in the F3, and as a result, has to now burn the second to be able to escape the follow-up damage from the repeating crossbow. That did burn him out of that bubble. He's now got to close the distance. Loves with the drop of the F3, buys himself space, and allows that repeating crossbow to go unpunished as SOFM now coming in with the 1-2 on the dual blades on the back foot, doesn't have the blinks, has to go for the jump to try and escape, but the grapple connects onto him, and he bit off a little bit too much to chew from. That's Hong now with the uppercut confirmations into that just follow-up, the Assassin's Lunge landing onto Loves, as we're going to see the Valda V2 now pop to be able to sustain one spear. Hong using the F3 to be able to tap dodge away from it. Uppercut now to threaten that space and try to chunk through the shielding that this Valda has in the ultimate. Hong, likewise, sitting on that ultimate, waiting to use it until it's run its course for Love, holding it for that third-party potential as well. There it is. Love's out of the ultimate, now goes down to the dagger. Hong takes that actual soul boom off of the body to be able to sustain through these strikes, coming out, drops the F3, catching mines, tap dodges away from the F of the Akos, now coming into the ultimate, lands one spear, but the ultimate now coming through to be able to dodge the spear connection, as it's just going to be a game of ring around the rosies, as Mines takes the soul, comes in from above with those slashes, connecting onto the Valda. Hong now out of the ultimate form in a matter of moments, going to now go back onto that normal health bar. The pounce, one connecting, second not, but the third does come through. Mines with the grapple hits onto the stagger, connecting onto the Valda. Hong trying to disengage for as much as possible, but the swap of that staff chases him down, and it's going to be Mines now left in a 1 versus 1, as once again Akame has been able to survive to be one of these final players remaining. The Matari with that purple epic staff, the Bane staff dropping in, but Akame's already been able to cross through and be exactly where the Morris Blessing spawns. Legendary armor coming through as Mines is going to be waiting in that purple invisibility bush, waiting to see whether or not this Matari is going to give position away.
Gold armor now up for Akame, like you said. 5 kills on the board for Mines though here as well, Moxie, so he's looking to try and take the kill leader status from SOFM as well. Still a big old open zone though for a 1v1. It will probably be a minute or two before we see these two engage. Let's take a little look back actually at the gate of Yang that we've missed. This is going to be Nox taking on Loves. Nox relatively low, as you can see. Nox all but good to probably get finished off, but as we say that though, Zai, the counter ability comes through, puts Love down to 1 HP, finds the whip of the chains as well, picks up the kill. This is Mines taking on Fat Milk in the other side of things in the gate of Yang, and Milk, he's just getting beaten up and bullied here. Mines is just taking him to the doghouse.
Yeah, so one thing to note, when we do criticize Zai's ultimate, well, actually, we'll talk about that later, because they find each other. Akame and Mines are, despite how big this final zone is going, actually being able to go for this 1 versus 1, as that's going to be one left foot connection onto Akame. Takes a lot of damage. The ultimate now coming through from the Matari. That increase on the attack going to be burning out in a matter of moments, as Mines is trying to survive and sustain through it. Has lost a lot of that shielding, as Akame is able to just use that high ground control and the charge up from the staff. The blinks now coming through to keep the lockdown of Mines' movement to an absolute 0. But Mines with the parry picks up Akame, the uppercut into the hot top, into the grapple extension. Not able to find, however, the connection onto Akame on the ground, as he's able to just grapple his way past. Mines with that ultimate does so much damage, buys himself reprieve to be able to get a little bit of reset. The F going to be available, but Akame taking this downtime to be able to bolster his shields right back up. And we're going to reset once these players are going to be full and confident to take this fight. Mines' ultimate going to have to be used now, otherwise it's going to run out, and there it goes. Akame, however, still gets stuck in the charge up, has to use a blink to be able to negate the follow-up. Mines again taking this opportunity to try to replenish any of his health bar, knowing that Akame has the upper hand in terms of that sustainability with this legendary shielding. Hot swap coming through into the ranged weapon. Mines just tap crouching to make sure that he's able to find that replenish without being interrupted by the swap, as he swaps onto the pistol himself and tries to chunk through Akame, but Akame lengthens the distance, takes us a little bit further out of line of sight. The blink now coming through, so that Mines is left batting at absolute thin air and trying to figure out where this Matari has run on to, as this fight can still go on for an awful long time yet. Akame just not wanting to take that duel until that ultimate is up and the attack increase comes through, as well as the ability to lock this Akos into position. Has to be so careful that he doesn't get close enough, however. That damage reduction on the F is absolutely no joke for an Akos, as we just see the hot swaps, the ranged poke. Neither of these players wanting to make that first aggressive step until just now. Akame closing up that distance, swaps onto the pistol, doesn't find the connection, as a result doesn't want to go for the full engagement. Has both blinks, the ultimate charging, Skirmish to keep himself further away from Mines, just looking to threaten this space. The zone is going to be collapsing any moment now, as Akame chases after Mines, tries to lock him inside this building, waits on this tree. Oh, this is not good for Mines. He's going to have to move, and Akame is going to be able to land this Skirmish connection, as we have an absolute stalemate at the moment. Both players incredibly equipped in terms of utility and mobility to be able to break out towards this zone. Gonna be waiting until the purple pushes one of them to make a move. Mines hanging from that beam. We'll get a third-person view of the areas around him, so we'll know whether or not Akame is on top of that roof directly above him. Akame, just waiting in that tree, knows that eventually he's going to have to come outside of this building directly into that Skirmish. Now decides to make the move, or at least come to the lower ground. Tries to threaten the door frame and catch Mines before he can try and escape. We'll be able to tap dodge out of the dagger right click. Comes in with that staff, again threatening space, pushes Mines to have his back towards that zone, so if any of these flashes connect with that staff, he goes directly into the zone tick. But the merciless havoc from Mines connects onto Akame, and the exact opposite has happened that Matari wanted. The ultimate now forced into being invested. The F from Mines going to be losing his damage reduction anytime now. 1 blink, 2 blinks used from Akame, as he's able to put himself with that invisibility onto that rooftop and find this reshield. But the Mines presses the grapple into the parry mid-air. Akame loses the staff, has to go for the dual blades now, as we see the uppercut come through.
Oh my!
With the ultimate, and it's gonna be Mines that walks away with it. Oh my lord, that mid-air parry is a thing of absolute beauty. Clip it, frame it. I want to look at it every single time before I start my own games. What a play!
Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, NARAKA have just made a TikTok, and that is going to definitely make the TikTok channel later on today. What a fantastic mid-air parry, like you said, from Mind. And not only that, can we talk about the deficit that he had working against him as well? Let's not forget, Akami played that beautifully. He disengaged on 4 or 5 different occasions to let those blink ults charge up as long as possible. He had the blink available twice. He used it twice. He had the gold armor, he had the legendary dual blades at his disposal, but one mid-air parry turns the tides on its head, and Mind goes out of his mind, you could say, to go huge in game number 4 and pick up a fantastic win. And you gotta say, thoroughly deserved as well. I questioned him, I called him out. He said to me, JP, I don't even know why you're here because you don't know what you're talking about. There's a reason I won week number 1 and I'm back finally. Okay, it took you 3 games to get back, but Mind is back in and amongst it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see as well that both of those players are fully understanding that no one wants to have their back to the zone. Yeah. They're both playing with staff. The stagger that you have on connection of a charge-up, especially if you have Merciless Havoc, you go so far. And for both of those players, they do not want to, one, expend stamina on having to tap dodge into the zone and out of that zone tick, because they're going to go straight into another swing. And then you're literally on a yo-yo string, right? Where you're essentially just like, 1, zone tick, 2, weapon attack, back into zone tick, back into weapon attack, and so on until you're literally just 0 health. But also the fact that they understand, okay, we're going to have so much control of abilities as well, because if the Matari is the one who finds the back to the zone, you saw it, the blinks have to be used early. It's the same for the Aegis, right? If you find yourself in a position where you have to play defensively and on the back foot, you're going to use your F or your ultimate pop to threaten that space and try and gain that upper hand back. And in that 1 versus 1, it comes down to the abilities, it comes down to the mind games. It's such a micro play that allows Minds to be able to pull ahead. It is absolutely unbelievable. And because of that, he's actually able to take that first position away from SOFM, who, when we saw him starting to really get going, picking those legendary dual blades off of Nox when that Zai got taken down before those final zones started collapsing in, it felt like it was his game for sure. But then we really did just see that massive, stellar standout play, like you said, from a player that we had a lot of expectations heading into today.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes the pressure can get you, right? When you've got the weight of, you know, I won't say the worlds, even though I could put that amount of pressure on him, because I think our opinion is very valid when it comes to NARAKA. But when you've got the weight of, you know, the casters or analysts, whatever you want to call us, saying like, look, this is a player that we're really looking forward to seeing. Obviously, everybody knows from last week in terms of the actual 16 players playing that they could probably look at targeting him because he had quite a good lead on everybody. It's always hard to come into a new week because you've had quite a long break. Yes, okay, you've probably scrimmed and pracked in between, you know, in between the games, but a week's break between, you know, each competitive game, it can feel like a long time at times, you know, especially for a solo player as well. You know, when you're in a trio and you're practicing, cool, you're vibing with a squad, you're bouncing off each other, you're having a good time. But when you're solos and you're on your own, just locked in, you know, it can feel like an eternity. So Minds, yes, okay, he started off a little bit slow, but he has finally started to string together a few kills in the previous games and now a stonking performance in game number 4. But I've got to say credit to Akame as well. You know, Akame coming to this, sitting at 3rd spot, and he's playing fantastically well so far today also. But this is sort of the all you need to know in 60 or so seconds if you've just joined us here in game number 4. Minds picked up the dub, but again, I feel like it's a consistent theme we're saying. These have been some very fast-paced, aggressive games, and look, that game number 4 just then, that could have been done with 8 minutes or 9 minutes left on the clock still, right? Because Minds on 2 occasions counter-parried Akame down to 1 HP and forced a disengage. So these are very, very fast, rapid games, and you've got to say these players are not going to slow down anytime soon. And you can see Minds from minute 1. But this was the play here, right? When SOFM had these gold dual blades, he just got beaten up so bad by Hong and the other Valda that he just couldn't disengage in time to get a reset off. And unfortunately for him, he lost those legendary dual blades and they went straight into the hands of Mind eventually. And from there, it was just nothing but destruction going forward. But again,
that parry,
the amount of parries that Mind just pulls off. out of nowhere. He has the ult available to pop it as well, should he need to. But again, I like the fact that you mentioned it was almost like a juggle, right, between storm damage and actual weaponry damage. It was like, okay, cool, you take a little bit of damage here and there. But let's look at the MVP. Of course, it's going to be minus 22,224 damage across the board. 16,889 of that is going to be with the melee weapons. 12,154 in total from the staff. But across the board, in terms of your Soul Jade, you've got the Merciless Havoc, Thunderstorm, you've got the Siphon Technique, Phantom Step, Jabbing, and Never Step. Also playing the V1 as well on that ACOS. Like you mentioned, it's usually the V2 that a lot of these ACOS players have been steering towards lately. And you know what? I don't think he's the first player that we've seen doing that now, right? We've seen 2 or 3 players pick towards the V1. Maybe it's something that they've been trying it out in practice or in scrims, and it seems to be working for them.
Yeah, I mean, something else that actually works really well is Merciless Havoc into Matari. Like, that was something that we saw. When you look at that 1 versus 1, the Matari ability to be able to go from in front of you to behind you to on your side, it's insane. She has so much movement with those blinks and that ultimate. But Merciless Havoc is such a good staff soldier, because not only is it golden focus, so if you're actually in it, you can't get parried. You have that bubble of safety to be able to just threaten so much space. You can turn really quickly and it doesn't cancel it out, so you can start facing forward, charge that Merciless Havoc, commit to the full duration of it, and turn direction to still have it connecting without cancelling it out. So if you're worried about a Matari in Ultimate using those blinks and being super close to you but changing direction because you can only parry forward facing, it's really hard to be able. That's why we see so many players tap dodge through a player as opposed to away from a player, because they're not going to be able to turn 180 and parry in time to be able to punish if you throw out a blue. But if you have that staff, you have that 360 full coverage that can catch that Matari with that Merciless Havoc. And that Merciless Havoc, that connection, was what started a very, very, very long domino chain effect of that Matari lacking utility because she had to burn it early to escape so much of that damage.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're now heading over towards Holorov as well. We've obviously just seen a crazy nighttime game on. I'm really interested to see now how many people have used up their double hero / champion pick, or character pick, sorry, because we've seen, I think, you know, the likes of mine, the likes of SOFM, Akame, Pig, etc. I think we've seen 4 different characters in each of the games from them. So now it's going to be interesting to say, you know, when we talk about Holorov, we speak, you know, a lot about zipping. For example, are we going to see people double up on the zipping, or are we going to see people adapt and, you know, take on this new Valda meta that we're seeing to do so much damage with the ult abilities? I think it's going to be a real talking point, and looking forward to seeing how we do going into this game number 5, to say the least. But so far today, I want to ask you a quick question, Moxie. So far today, in terms of actual players, who has been the most surprise for you? Because there was a lot of talk about Mind, SOFM, Akame, etc. coming into this game. Has there anyone that's sort of been on the outskirts of that top 6, you know, or that top 10 that's kind of took an appeal and caught your eye slightly, or has it just been that same sort of top 5, top 6 that have seemed to impress?
I mean, obviously, like, there's the flashy players, that's the ones who are coming into kills. I want to bring attention to Akame. Akame has been doing a very good job, I feel, of going underneath the radar for all of these matches. Doesn't really come in big in terms of kills, but every single time we look at last players remaining, always within the top 3. Every single time, and it really is something. Like, it's a very good playstyle to have, that you're able to survive, sustain, slowly build up your kills, not putting yourself directly into harm's way, because it means that you're never going to be turned onto. You're never going to be that player recognized as that player of weakness who's down utilities, down health, chased upon by every single player in the vicinity, and then the second that kill goes through, everyone just separates, goes their separate ways, and waits for someone else to be in that exact same position. But here we go, we can have a look and see how exactly our hero picks are going to be panning out, given that, like you said, a lot of these players are already going to have been burnt through some of their double lobs. Lots of Matari, couple of zips that have been saved, 2 Cicadas, 2 Vipers, And everybody else, I'm so happy. I'm so happy to see Valda get playtime.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Valda's been a big talking point since the recent patch and the updates being brought into her, of course. But one thing that I'm really intrigued to see now is the double Viper. If you cast your mind back to the last Hollow update, game number 2, it was actually, if I'm correct, I think it was Choice on the Viper. No, it was Hong. Sorry, it was Hong on the Viper, who got caught out by Master Demo in the Shadow Corruption. And you made a great point to say, Moxie, that if Hong hadn't had that engagement and stayed alive and had the high ground with the Viper ult, he would have 100% won the game, because it would have just frozen people in the spot and they would have completely just eaten up some damage. So now that we've doubled up on the Viper, this final end game and this final end part of the Shadow Corruption is going to be really interesting. But what a surprise, Moxie. Moxie, I'm going to go and get a drink. I'll be back in about 10 minutes once you finish casting this crazy start to the game.
Oh, you're immediately throwing it to me. Okay, here we go. Buckle in. This is gonna be a long one. SOFM are coming in with that gray staff, trying to find these connections onto so many of these players that have hot dropped into Salvation and Plumed, as we're going to be seeing SOFM trying to look for this engagement. Hasn't got the confidence actually to look for it just yet, as one horizontal click has just decimated Master Demo's health. So we're going to see immediately that Matari having to burn that utility. 1 blink, 2 blink now used SOFM, that immediately turns for the 180, catches that Demo was trying to backtrack his position and does not allow the Matari the escape. The stagger into the uppercut, into the horizontal on land, and SOFM takes Demo down very, very quickly. As yeah, like you said, JP, we're not stopping anytime soon. Mythic counter now coming out from another of that Cicadas in play, but Loves following it up. The purple staff not parted from his hands. Akami still having weapons in his bag, not going to actually force the weapon out of Love's hands early. And as a result, the damage that purple staff is able to do to the blue shieldings pushes Akami away from being able to follow up. Staff versus staff now. Loves trying to throw in the blue, cancels it early, throws out that red, hoping that Akami was looking to try to clank into it. Doesn't, however, find the fall that they're looking for. The bait not taken. The great shot swap now coming through from Akami. One immediately pushing in now the staff to try and chase after Loves, who's incredibly low. Turns, however, onto Akami mid-grapple with that blue, immediately cancelling the grapple connection into an uppercut confirmation. As Loves tries to find the charge up, uses that blue, pushing onto Akami, still hasn't found the kill, however has to find it soon. A potential third party waiting in the wings as both of these players incredibly low. The truce now coming out. Loves looking for the hot shot onto the floor, not able to land the shot before Akami is able to pop that Vitalia and get some health back. But Loves with that shield takes the fight, feels like they're going to be able to, has the pillar just in case they want to be able to drop it. Drops it early, doesn't find the connection onto Akami, however, but does have the mech if they want to fall back onto it. Decides not to use it. However, as we're still seeing the 1 versus 1 coming out from these players, Loves trying to juke behind that statue, throws the blue into the red, loses the staff, doesn't have the time to be able to swap onto the grey dual blades, and finally we're gonna see the 1v1 ended.
Yeah, Pig now turns his attention over towards Claire. Has got the ult available on the Volder as well, should it need to be used. And as I say that, it's going to be popped indeed. So momentarily, Eclair's stop and stuck in place. The juggle in the air comes through from Pig as well. Claire, just a sliver of health left running, is going to try and escape, but I think Pig should be able to hunt him down. Confirms the kill first on the board for him. SOFM is on 4 kills, by the way, Moxie. I've just realized that. He's just picked up an Invincible. He's just picked up his 5th. He's now going to say, Unique, you know what, buddy? Where are you going? You're the 6th. Has got the Terracotta Warrior up and available for the Cicada as well. At this point, I'm kind of considering, can we just get, like, the Observer to just stick on him? Because there's not really much happening elsewhere, to be totally honest with you. Unique's armor gets completely shredded through. So much damage being dealt as well. And SOFM just wants to clear this up as quickly as possible. Hasn't even bothered trying to pop the ult yet because he doesn't need to do it. He just completely cleans up shot without. And, I mean, when you've got a player like this with so much confidence, it's so hard to counter. We do see, though, one player is going to come over and join the party. I think that might have been Rahihi. No, sorry, it wasn't. It was Master Demo, who not had the best of games and weeks really so far, sitting on 4.4 total points. But you can really see
Here we go.
Lots of engagements coming through, and Master Demo, my friend, look, I don't want to be too overzealous and flame you too much, but every time you've engaged with SOFM so far today, you've come off very much worse for wear.
Yeah, but he's baited. He used the Matari to force the engagement on Takeda and then immediately rubber banded back because he baited Roy He into taking this fight. So now you can actually see SOFM. He's used the ultimate. Yes, he finds the kill, but he's using the ultimate. So these two players can just try and disengage and then come back when that Takeda is sans the ultimate. And these are zips, so they should be able to sustain long enough. There it is. The ultimate now coming through from Unique on uppercut. Now going to be coming through, leading into a Takeda F of the ultimate as Master Demo steals the kill, but now has to go toe-to-toe with SOFM. Takeda ultimate now runs out. Master Demo in the Matari ultimate looking for the lockdown. Does manage to find the backslash onto SOFM. The attack increased, but SOFM, he's able to figure out where the Matari is. Goes for the uppercut, finds the connection onto Matari. Master Demo trying to turn it around with blue nunchucks. Doesn't have the damage to be able to take this Takeda down in one fell swoop. But finally, we're going to see Master Demo with the bait play, forcing that Takeda to expend so many resources early, holds on to the ultimate, gets the lockdown, knows that the Takeda ultimate runs out, and gets to stand his ground. Really good macro play coming through from Demo.
Oh, that's going to feel like a World Championship win from Master Demo there. So many times SOFM have got the better of him in this engagement, and finally the tides turned. But these are some of the replays from the kills as to how quickly he put 6 on the board. Just absolutely shredding through the competition. So easy he makes it look. And one thing to mention, guys, you just saw on the right hand side of your screen some free codes pop up for the game. So if you've never had a chance to dive into the world of NARAKA, let us know if you managed to redeem one. It's a fantastic game that you should definitely be playing. But even here, SOFM, look, he's got hardly any shield available. He's still sticking around to try and scrap in the fights. And although that rebirth has now been taken from him, we're down to 12 remaining players in total.
I mean, he shouldn't go for a Gate of Yang. This is huge. This is the first time we're seeing SOFM have to go to this altar before a Gate of Yang spawns up. And as a result, like you said, he loses that armor. He loses the weapons that he had previously. He has to pick up everything fresh. And as a result, he's not going to be able to play into this 1v1 fight. Instead, it's going to be Akame and Pig, purple versus purple. Akame on that Takeda tries to throw out that blue. Immediately gets punished for it. Mythic counter, however, with Ferry getting close enough into the Takeda ultimate. Not able to find the vertical connection off the Greatsword after that swap, however, so Pig is still going to be able to survive a little bit longer. There it is, V2 from the Valda to be able to sustain it. Doesn't matter if you get the Valda low, you have to finish her off before the V2, otherwise she immediately gets such a massive health bar boost. As we see her coming throw defensively in that Takeda ultimate, just to make sure that they're not able to find the connection off of that spear. Comes in with the Greatsword, approach cancels, out of throwing in the blue, goes into the uppercut, the dagger chase is just, absolutely nasty when you're able to step in and out of all of that space, using the F3 to just keep the Takeda absolutely anchored in position. That's how you win a Gate of Yang in style.
Full calm, collected, clean and crisp to say the least. Mines though turning his attention to Loves on the other side of things of the Gate of Yang, and it's nice and easily picked up for him. Tatsu though, inside this shadow corruption, doesn't want to be caught here for too long, and well, okay, easy as you like from Rahihi. He's going to actually pick up the legendary as well, so yeah, a little bit of a tough one there really from Tatsu. Gets caught in a tough spot, gets caught out inside the corruption, and easy pickings for the other player. But now Loves, of course, coming off the back of the win inside the Gate of Yang. Oh no, sorry, he didn't pick up the win, did he? He's got the Yang depletion on him, sorry. He's the one who picked up the loss, sorry. So 3 minutes 45 until he might be removed from the server for this game. Has to try and pick up a kill, or at least a soul bloom essence.
I mean, he's lucky. He does manage to find a bounty scroll. So he's going to know where one player's location is. The problem is the bounty locks on to the player nearest to him, and there are a lot of players inflamed. So if he rings the bell and sees that there are so many around him, he's going to have to be very careful that he doesn't get third-partied. As other players can have the disengagement. He unfortunately cannot. As we see Pig and Mind now going toe-to-toe. Trying to find an opening. Dagger versus Nunchuck. Tails all the time. Lovely fight. Both weapons incredibly fast. Incredibly good at creating space as Pig. Oh, that lunge. Absolutely devastating. But third party now comes out. Pig tries to go for the uppercut. Cancels out of it. Still is able to throw in another parry onto Akame. Pig's doing such a good job of being able to just actually read into these blows. The bait from both sides at the moment. Takeda ultimate coming out, but Pig using that Valda V2 as well as the bubble catches Akame on the back foot. There it is! Uppercut chase with the dagger for your one-hit confirmation into gorgeous extension as Mines had actually decided to salty run back. He had won that Gate of Yang. As a result, had that Vermilion Bird's Might and can try to take this run back against the player that he just lost to, knowing that the ultimate is removed from the other side.
Yeah, and one thing to mention, Pigs picks 5 kills up as well, by the way, so he's playing fantastically well. Rahihi's on 4, Master Demo on 2. Of course, Rahihi, with the legendary weapon at his disposal, is going to be able to probably put pedal to the metal and slip into 5th gear a lot easier than most other players would. But 9 left alive here, so just over half the lobby still remain. One of those, of course, is SOFM. 16 minutes total left until this Shadow Corruption is fully collapsed and complete. So still a lot of time left here in this game to play out, Moxie. But again, we're sort of entering that vital middle stage of the game where the rebirths are starting to run out. You know, the Gate of Yang's going to pop for the second time relatively soon. And as I say that, it's almost like I knew what time it was going to pop up. 90 seconds left until that's going to come out. So these are the key decision-making times for these players here. And the key decision for Loves is, without any armor left at his disposal, does he want to try and disengage or stick around to try and fight? And I think the former is going to be of that. But unfortunately, Fat Milk and Master Demo isn't going to allow that to happen. They're going to try and gravity pull their way towards him with the grapple.
Here comes Pig. Directly past Loves, actually. He might be able to deter the chase coming through, or he might try and join him. As a lot of players are currently chasing a very, very low Loves. No shield at the moment. Does have the mech pillar to drop if he feels incredibly threatened. Tries to go to the cliff face to be able to look for a scale rush. Will be able to drop the mech pillar. There it is. Absolute sliver of health makes it through. Uses one booster immediately to try to break out of this damage, but he is just stuck between a rock and a hard place, or well, between Zone Tick Wall and a whole lot of players that want him dead. As he's just running around at the moment. It's gonna be the boosters, unfortunately, removed. Has been able to look for a really good recovery, however, gets a lot of healing off on that mech because no one's actually able to burn him out of it. No one running repeating crossbow with Venom tip. Interesting. I guess a lot of these players thought that it wasn't worth picking up, given that we're only seeing one Transformer in this lobby at the moment, as SOFM and Fat Milk both decided to gamble. They are both running those blues and wanted a free Gate of Yang fight to instantly be able to upgrade into either purples or legendaries, and as a result, we are going to see both of them be very even in terms of loot. SOFM using that F. Fat Milk not throwing a blue in case the Mythic counter is able to find a connection. Valda V2 now in play. SOFM still holding onto that Takeda. There's the ultimate. There's the uppercut. There's the grapple extension into Dual Blade Hot Swap. So that Fat Milk is just not able to stand immediately. That extra shielding from the Valda ultimate shredded. Put through an absolute blender in the face of this Takeda as the F3 not able to buy the spacing from SOFM, who plays it absolutely perfectly. He got so lucky that he ran into a player who was in the exact same position as him, and oh my goodness. How does he do it? Out of all of the weapons that you can get in this lobby, out of all of the weapons in this game, how is it that you walk into a Gate of Yang, you win one fight, and instantly upgrade into legendary duels?
This dude's just gone from blue dualies to legendary dualies. He's got the Mystic Might as well. He's picked up the purple armor. Yeah, I guess SOFM has been a bit fortunate this evening while playing some NARAKA, I guess. But one player who's not being too fortunate is Master Demo, as he is going to blink his way out of trouble. But unfortunately for him, with not a lot of HP left to work with, and when you've got the likes of, I think that's Mines hunting down your throat, it's going to be a tough spot to get out of. But he has managed to disengage, so Master Demon might be able to restore a little bit of health though, but Mines with that grapple just closing the distance 24/7, not giving him a yard to work through. Just taking a little look across the board in terms of kills at the moment, SOFM is on 7. Do you know what? Scrap that. Make it 8. He's not even got the kill yet, but he probably will do. You've got Pig on 5. Rahihi on 4. These players are playing absolutely frag and kill hungry at the moment, Moxie. And do you know what? I'm all for it if that's what the solo meta is going to be. But SOFM goes up high. Hong does have the high ground for now. Is going to go hunting, of course, that Mystic Might available for SOFM. So that's going to deal the additional damage also. So anyone who comes across SOFM is going to be in a very tough predicament. The Takeda ult available should he need it as well. Hong is going to try and get away, but SOFM, the ult's popped through. The grapple maintains the distance. Oh, for Hong, it's just so unfortunate. SOFM is just a man on a mission, and the mission is death.
Yep, Mystic Might, especially when fights go on that long, is such a blessing because you know that you're not going to get third-partied. So you can fully put the blinders on and commit to that 1 versus 1. As a Unique is able to find such... Oh my god, that's so painful. Absolutely punts Loves through 3 hit confirms on the fall. As Loves now tries to come in with the turnaround. That Longs are doing such a good job of toothpicking away that health as quickly as you would like, but Unique with that zip will be able to sustain through. As SOFM now she gets to match up against Mines. Mystic Might, damage reduction going to be running out in a matter of moments, isn't able to dodge away from one of the F3s coming through. As a result, has to sit back and wait. So confident to look for that reshield right in the face of Mines, baiting the Valda close enough to be able to force the uppercut into extension of the ultimate strike. And Mines now has to go for the V2. SOFM jumps right over one spear connection, doesn't manage to dodge out of the second. Mines stuck in that stagger, loses the ultimate, loses the extra health. F3 now comes back into play. SOFM sent packing into the air!
Oh.
1 hit confirmation! The pulse on the second swing, finishing SOFM off. He may have had legendary dual, but he didn't have legendary armor. And as a result, he is out of this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to mind too much, though. He's extended his lead now in the lobby to 14, just under 14 points, sorry. And you've got on the other side of things, the closest behind him is Akame, who's already down and out of this lobby. We've actually got 2 players fighting with each other over towards the edge of this Shadow Corruption. There is 1 more player left alive, which is Mines, which I think he might hear this third party here and try and look to scope out an engagement. Unique is going to be relatively low. Fat Milk, though, after the back of the Valda ult is going to get that additional shield, but that's going to be ripped through instantly. And speaking of getting ripped through, Unique, there goes his armor. So 2 players that are basically just dancing around here with no shield to work with. Unique finds the kill with the legendary dual blades, and we're down to a 1v1, Moxie.
Oh boy. Zip versus Valda. Mines sitting directly on the spawning of a Morris Blessing. That's going to be legendary armor that he's immediately going to be able to upgrade into. Unique with the legendary dual blades. Going to be immediately putting himself into that same position. Both of these players know exactly where the other one's going to be. Unique, not wanting to take this fight just yet. Not right here. Waits to be able to take the engagement on the staircase, to be able to have that vertical, to be able to jump over the F3, as well as find these uppercut connections and lengthened hits. As we see Mines pushing Unique through, the bubble popped. Unique against the wall, absolutely nowhere to be able to escape. Tap dodges through, hits the ultimate, doesn't manage to survive, and Mines is going to be able to take the win. Oh, he had such a good game on that Valda. Ever since we saw him really start to pick up momentum halfway through, he looked to be absolutely unstoppable, and he proves why we were so happy to see him at the top of the leaderboard last week, and why we were a little bit concerned when it had taken a little bit of time for him to really start to make an impression today. But he's coming alive, JP. He's really starting to pull ahead and pull a lot of ground back that he'd lost in the earlier games.
What way to do it? They go back for back, right? For games 4 and number 5. Solid stuff from Minds. And one thing I liked a lot about the way he played that end game and probably that whole actual map itself compared to what we saw in game number 4. In game number 4, we saw a really like quick tempo, hyper aggressive style of play from Minds. I think this one was a little bit more conserved and it was a little bit more reserved, sorry. But it was a bit more strategically thought through in terms of picking the engagements that he takes relatively well, not overstepping them up, because that's something that we see a lot from players, right? I think SOFM might be a great example of that. You know, great 3 games to start the day off. Now he wants to engage in every single fight possible and he puts himself in tough spots and uncomfortable situations. What I liked a lot about Minds was say, hey, I'm totally in control. The only person that's going to throw this game away is me. He lets the 2 players engage. He doesn't try a third party to get into a scrappy 3-way engagement. He goes, let's go 1-for-1. He uses the ability set perfect. The ult pop comes through and Unique just gets shredded. So great stuff from Minds. Really, really good stuff from Minds. And now he goes into game number 6. Trying to go for the 3-peat. Who knows? Has that ever been done before in NARAKA on broadcast? Yes. I don't know. Probably it has.
If you know your NARAKA history, Spider broke records that he then broke himself.
Yes.
We had 3 MVPs, then we had 4 MVPs, and then did he get 5 MVPs? I think he picked up 5 MVPs.
I think I remember the 5 now that you've actually mentioned it, but
yeah, because I remember I was casting it. We all lost it. We all lost it. We were like, there's no way anyone's gonna be able to pick up a back to back to back to back. And then Spider was like, it's okay, guys. I'm just that good. I'm just that good.
I mean, look, either way, I think Minds is up there with a player that if he can again just get a little bit more consistent and I think confidence is a big thing, right? Not only just confidence in terms of the way that you play, but confidence in being able to deal with this whole pressure situation that I said, you know, coming off of the back of last week. You know, he's top of the leaderboard. He was shredding dudes last week, you know, and now he's coming and he started really, really slow. So he's probably even had more pressure build up through games number 1, 2, and 3. And when you're in that spot after game number 3 where you've not really got too much to lose because you're already sitting inside like the bottom 5 of the leaderboard for the week, you know, all that weight just drifts off of you and you can start to express yourself and play the NARAKA and style of play that you want to do. And we've seen that in game number 4 and 5. So heading back to game number 6, though, we are going to be on Morris Isle for the final time and the final game today. I'm super excited. I really want to see if Minds can go 3 for 3. I want to see if SOFM can pick up another dub potentially. I want to see if Akame or Fat Milk or Pig can get over the line as well because they played really well. But most of all, I want to see if Master Demo can go 2 out of 2 back-to-back games and take it down SOFM in their skirmishes. But let's take a little look at the scoreboard. Moxie, talk me through it.
Well, SOFM, even though he's not the last player surviving, he still picks up enough kills to actually be able to pick up MVP and take this win. Minds is going to be picking up 2nd with 5 kills and also a big kill multiplier given that he was the last player living. And that, like you said, Pig, I felt really bad for Pig. Pig was doing so incredibly well and then just got overwhelmed. And I think that, like you said, is a big difference for a lot of these players. Minds being able to identify that, okay, this is going to be a predominantly zip lobby, so if I slow things down and don't go just active, incredibly aggressive engagements where I throw myself into fights, I catapult myself into like 1 versus 5s and could potentially get third partied, all for just trying to go for 1 kill, seeing a zip player go incredibly low, but then both the ultimate and the bubble kick in and they're able to disengage and make it away, whereas you now are the one in that vulnerable position and get turned on by all of those players. That was a big reason why we saw a lot of those players get taken out of these fights, everyone converging, getting baited into these fights by these zips who knew that they would have the upper hand when the fight continued running on for as long as it did.
Here's some of the highlights. So I think this was sort of like the quadra kill, right, that SOFM got, where he got like 4 or 5 of in quick successions. But I mean, this is definitely safe to say that, you know, Plume when it comes to Holorov is most definitely the place to be if you want early engagements across across the board. But this is actually where we saw SOFM, if I'm correct, drop for the first time. It was sort of like a third/fourth party come through. He had no shield to work with, and Mines, I think from here you could see the sort of style that he wanted to play, even though he was in a bit of a tough spot in the Gate of Yang. He still comes through again. The knowledge to know when to pop these abilities on a character like Valda as well, which, yes, we speak about how I don't want to say broken Valda is right now, but you know how very good Valda is right now. She could be also terrible if you don't know how to play the abilities correctly and use it at the right times. But as you can see on the way through, here comes the final kill confirmation for Mines. Big old kicks and punches to the face. Although you see Unique try and keep himself alive, unfortunately to no avail. However, though, the MVP, sorry, is going to be SOFM. Thumbs up again, buddy. Good job. 26,000 damage in total, 23,000 with melee weapons. And name me, you know, there's that current meme right now that's going around of name me a more iconic duo, or like tell me the most iconic duo when you think of duos. I think it's SOFM and the Dual Blades.
Yeah, I would agree. You really like do not see him without that specific weapon. It reminds me so much of a player that we have in the Pro League, Jin.
Yes.
Him and his dagger, like he would throw away legendary weapons and choose a gray or a blue dagger in Final Zone, and then still walk away with MVP. And I know he changed his name. I can't remember what he changed it to in 2023. But Runecaster's first match, and he messaged me saying like, "Oh, we had a player who literally chose a blue dagger over a legendary dagger." And I'm like, "I bet you it's Jin." He's like, "But the name wasn't Jin." I'm like, "I bet you it's Jin. He just changed his name." And wouldn't you know it, it was. It feels like we really are seeing a lot of these players have very much comfort picks in terms of the weapon, and find a lot of value as well. Dual Blades have always been immensely strong. Sometimes it feels like they got overshadowed earlier in the field by Katana, which it's very weird to say. Katana used to be incredibly up there in terms of solo pick rate. It's fallen through a little bit, and I feel like a huge part of it is because you don't really have any weapon identity that is tied to, right? Like you can still find your uppercuts into your hit confirmations. Taka is the one that Katana is most synonymous with, but we're seeing a huge drop in Taka pick rate, and as a result, Katana has tanked. Even when Taka was played previously, people figured out very, very quickly that Staff and Spear were actually way better to use in your ultimate, because you just use your ultimate and the additional momentum that you get from the jump, and then with the vertical click of either a staff or a spear when you're in the midair, which immediately brings you down, you can do it multiple times. It's a lot harder to be able to anticipate. It covers a lot more distance, and as a result, Katana pick rate plummeted.
Yeah, and I think, look, sometimes if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? If you've got comfort picks that you're comfortable with and you know inside out, then just keep running with it. It's clearly working for a reason. But let's take a little look at the overall standings for the group stage of week 2 in terms of solo for the ASC, sorry. Already you can see a big difference in especially where Mines is placed. 0.5 in game 1, 1 point in game 2. 2 points in game number 3, so at least there's some progression there, right, Moxie? 12.4 and 11 points in games 4 and 5. I think that's safe to say that's why we've seen him skyrocket up the leaderboard a little bit. But talk of consistency, SOFM, man. 4 points in game number 1, 2 points in game number 1 point in game number 2, 13, 8, and 11 in back-to-back games. Those are big boy monstrous numbers to be putting into a game of NARAKA. And now heading into game number 6 back on Morris Isle, looking in a brilliant spot.
I can't wait to see what hero picks we're going to have, right? Because last game of the day, a lot of people are already going to have used up their double ups. We've seen so much Valdas, we've seen a couple of Zais, but I wonder if this is the map where we do get to see just a huge amount of both either Takedas and Zais coming through, because looking at just like her ultimate on open world, incredibly easy to dodge. The fact that, yeah, she gets so many golden focuses, but the charge up is incredibly long and parryable, as well as the fact she doesn't get damage reduction. So you look at like the ACOS, if you have the damage reduction, you see them just tank the hits. Zai, as a result, very much fragile. But we'll talk about that on the other end of this VT, because we're going to be looking at what some of the players have to say.
I can't eat. I can't sleep. Because the closer I get to finding her, the more scared I am. Scared of what she's become. Scared of seeing the face of my baby sister twisted by the nightmare she's had to endure. Scared she's so broken she can never recover. Stop it, Zai! This isn't you! But then I remember. No matter what's happened, no matter what pain and torment have beaten her down, she will always be my sister.
Welcome back to the Asian Challenges Cup in JP. It's with a very heavy heart that I say it's the last time that we're going to get to bring these lovely folks back after a break because we're on the last match of the day. But you know what that means. No one is going to hold anything back. Like, we are going to see just pure aggression come through from these players. And I'm buckled in. I'm sitting back. I'm ready to see what exactly they have in store for us.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Look, if this is the way that we're going to go into the new season of NARAKA and solo gameplay, I am all for it. I don't know necessarily if my esophagus, my throat, and my vocal box is ready for it, but I am, and that's all that matters, right? So look, we're going into game number 6 now. Back on Morris Isle, a lot of players' favorite characters have already been picked once as well. I think, you know, probably like 9 out of the 16 players have used their double up as well. So I'm really interested. I mean, I made a bit of a joke with you in the break to say, what are you doing if you just see like 16 locks in of Zai or something like that? I mean, I think it'd be pretty funny. Or like, you know, 16 monks or something like that, and just have absolute giggles in the final.
I would not put it past Roy Hiki. Honestly, if you watched his Worlds performance, you're gonna know exactly what I'm talking about. 1 versus 3 monk fight. You're gonna know. Everyone in the chat who watched that Worlds game, they're gonna know exactly what I mean when I say that.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a big talking point, and we're just a few moments away from heading in towards that character select. But let's just cast our mind back to, you know, game number 1, which feels like an absolute eternity ago. Incredibly fast paced, lots of high tempo. Game number 2, the craziness that was Nightfall on Holorov, the amount of damage that the Meteors did to players across the board. Game number 3 and 4 on Holorov was really the SOFM show. Now we're obviously seeing Minds pick up the slack as well. But here we go. This is going to be the character select. A few Ferriers. We are going to see a Valder or 2. Again, doubling up on the Zai. It's actually interesting to see, you know, the likes of Peach Lee, for example, isn't going to be double picking a character. He's going to be playing someone completely different again. We've got a few Ferriers in there, like I mentioned as well. We've got a Takeda or 2, no, just the one Takeda as well, as the ACOS. So, as we're going to be heading into this game, no crazy shenanigans, it seems, but nevertheless, though, it looks like we're in for a thrilling one.
Yeah, no Viper, which, I mean, the Zayas are going to be very happy about, the Mataris too. You don't have to hold on to your ultimate. If you're a Matari and there's no Viper in the lobby to be able to dodge out of that ultimate, and the Zayas are going to be very happy that there's no Viper, because even in the F form, you may not be targetable and taking damage from normal hits, but you can still get Monk grabbed, Valda swiped, and anything that sort of causes CC, including that Viper stun. Which is a little bit unfair, I feel, to Zai players in a matchup against a Viper. It does immediately mean that the Viper gets a lot of ability to be able to counter his Master Demo, having to burn that F ability very early on to be able to disengage from Minds. Turns it now onto him. Nunchuck, just grey, so only now breaks the shield as, yeah, Minds will be able to take Demo down. Just did too much damage at the start of that engagement. Plus with the Justina, you immediately have that ability to be able to go into that ice shell form and break out of any combo, and Minds now wants to try and take a fight with someone else as quickly as possible, wants to try and find a little bit of better loot. However, before he decides to fully commit in, Yuaj taken out incredibly early, as it's going to be the pulse from Akame, trying to find that connection off of the grapple. No armor other than Grey for this Matari at the moment, so no one really wanting to be caught in a position where they go too aggressive off of the bat. Flame Breath not in play, nor Taka, so Minds is able to fully replenish that shield without having to break out of that ice shell form early, as SOFM now coming in for the first party. Doesn't have the dual blades, does have nunchucks, however. Dodges the blue, lets it go through, doesn't let it out a second time. There's actually Peach Lee coming in with a charged up click on the longsword from range that actually steals the kill away. Minds goes down, and SOFM decides to scatter.
Yeah, Peach Lee now going to turn the attention over towards SOFM, though. Rahini there as well to work through. SOFM, though, it's going to look like they want to try and engage over towards Peach Lee and Unique. He just not got the best of weaponry to work with. Well, as I say that, he's actually just found himself a purple upgrade from a grey, so not the worst cast to curse to speak into existence for Hihi, though. On the back foot, it's going to be SOFM trying to engage forward, but as I say that, it's going to be Nox who comes to join the party and say, hey guys, if you're dancing in the park, get me involved in that one. SOFM, though, getting juggled left, right, and center. It's going to be Unique, who's just consistently engaging. The ult is popped. That's going to be the additional shield coming in favor of the SOFM. The tsunamis come out up in the air. The whirlwinds float them around. And all of a sudden, Unique's the one that's got to turn and scatter away, because SOFM, he feels with this additional shield off the back of that Volder ult, he can somehow turn the tides in his favor.
Oh, he tried to fight the full meta dump. Cancels it out early. Still has charge. F3 now, pop to try and secure this pick onto the very Unique, holding that longsword charge up for as long as possible to make sure that SOFM is not able to parry it back. So close in range, that would have dropped the longsword from his hands as well. Such a risk, but throws it through and is able to come up big as Tatsu, using that pulse on that chunk of damage you do to absolutely eviscerate Fat Milk Pig. Trying to bait that blue. Unfortunately, pays the price of using a parry a little bit too early. Takes 2 combinations and a hit confirmation on land. Pig now back against the wall, using that Takeda ultimate, catching on to Eclair, who used that Matari ult defensively. Unfortunately, not able to negate the strikes that come through. There's a Katana that doesn't typically go hand in hand with the Takeda. It doesn't really get to capitalize off of the stagger frame that you are able to hit confirm into with those Fs in your ultimate, the way that we see things like a pole sword and a long sword be able to chase after, but definitely doing its job. Speechly on that side, doesn't use the ultimate just yet. Has the F available, uses it now, just to be able to break away from the fight as we see the ranged pot shots coming through. Hong looking to try and secure a place of safety to find any moment to reset. Unfortunately, going to be losing a lot of that ult duration due to taking that cannon damage from these players in the area. Spear comes out but whiffs and doesn't manage to pick up. And as a result, Hong is now forced to go aerial, scare rushing off of the building. Hyper focus armor to make sure that no grapple cancel connects onto him. Doesn't hyper focus to stop that grapple cancel, however, and now he's going to be out in the open. No ultimate, does have the F3 to be able to use in case any player tries to chase after him. Sees the frog, decides not to backtrack for it, so no key picked up for these players. No one wants to distance themselves when there are so many opportunities for third party.
It's going to be Peach, though, maintaining the pace over towards Hong, and although you'd say Hong's probably got the upper advantage in terms of armory and weaponry, the ult available, though, in the hands of Peach Lee, and that Zai, should she need it, the Volda ult, not going to be available for Hong, however, and for Unique. I think they know that they want to be engaging Hong as quickly as possible over here, but now Master Demo's coming in to try and steal the day and steal the kill away. Hong so low, just trying to get himself some distance between himself and the other players, but to no avail. Hong, unfortunately, is going to fall. Peach Lee, though, does get tagged up a little bit. Still got over half of the armor to work with, but Master Demo going to pick up that kill, scatter away, find some loot and live to see another day. The blink comes through, though, from Loves. It's going to be Yuaj. Has got the mech ult to work with, and, well, just like that, you blink and you miss it. It's going to be the easiest kill of your life for the Farrier. Just looking across the board here in terms of kills, not really that fast tempo, crazy last game that we sometimes see, right? We've seen a bit of a traditional style of play, a more slower paced, relaxed BR final game, whereas, you know, games number 1 to 5 were a bloodbath from the outset and throughout. So I think these players know that they want to try and put at least a few more points on the board here and get a better look in the standards.
I mean, everyone's playing for survivability for Gate of Yang. To be honest, everyone wants to play to make sure that they get to keep their loot, that they don't have to go to the Soul Altar and lose it. And as a result, are forced to pass up the opportunity that is about to land into the laps of some lucky players if they're able to make it into the portal in time. Valda now with the duration of the ultimate as well. It's so long that it lasts, that you get to keep that health bar. So much viability to be able to take these fights in the Gate of Yang as opposed to in previous iterations when she didn't have her V2 and it was just one tap dodge and the ultimate was as good as done. No zoning potential, but here, zoning potential in absolute spades. As it is going to be SOFM immediately going for this Gate of Yang fight. Nox not going to be caught into an aerial cavalry bloom this time. SOFM gets so much damage off of that one hit confirmed from the F3. So we're going to see now Nox using that F, trying to force SOFM back. Valda ultimate now that SOFM loses that shield, trying to connect onto this Akos. Katana starting to mince through, grapple connection to try and push through this Valda as well. Not doing enough damage, however, the shield still going to be in play. Akos ultimate now coming out, SOFM close the distance a little bit too much, but the Valda still going to be safe. Now the ultimate and that health line is gone. Akos ultimate still going to be in play as SOFM tap dodges out of the follow-up, sidesteps that next pounds. He's of course still trying to connect onto the Valda. F3 going to be actually coming up for SOFM, allowing him to turn back on to Nox the uppercut.
Oh, beautiful.
The staff. This is something that we actually saw Minds put to devastating use in the last match. He goes for that uppercut connection onto the staff and then hot swaps onto a secondary weapon that has a longer charge up time but so much more damage as a result. Is talking about Minds, we have summoned into existence a Gate of Yang fight that both players are actually not able to finish out in time. It's been a very, very long time since I've seen no one being able to pick up a kill within that timer, and as a result, no one gets access to the box. Both have to go to the Soul Altar, and both have to find themselves a Soul Bloom.
Yeah, Pig and Tatsu both relatively low, but I think Pig senses that Tatsu's a tiny little bit lower, so is going to try and force the engagement, but Tatsu already scurrying his way out of trouble. But yeah, that's the first time I think probably in months I've seen, you know, a Realm or Gate of Yang be contested throughout the whole duration of it and not one person come out on top. So just goes to show you, when some of the best players in the world compete with each other, is often, or can often, result in an absolute stalemate. But Tatsu does manage to get the blue armor up and replenish, but unfortunately for him has got Hong on his case, but does manage to find a disengage, and SOFM though straight back into the mixer, this time onto Nox. It is going to be a knockback though from Nox himself, so eats his way through a tiny bit of the armor, but fantastic stuff from SOFM. Manages to find the reaction, is going to tag some damage up onto Nox. The ultimate ability does come out, catches Nox mid-air as well, and although I think the ult was popped by the ACOS, SOFM, honestly, he should consider playing this champ a lot more often, because he's so good at working the Volder into the equation. He catches the second as well onto Yui. Oh, SOFM putting on an absolute clinic, forces the mech pop out of the Ferrier, so he knows that he's going to have that ult back online a lot sooner than Yuaj would. So if he can keep the engagement here and do some damage to the mech, I think SOFM is in a great spot to potentially take down what would be his third kill of the game, and, you know, almost forcing a bit of a wasted ult out of Yuaj there, because he had to pop the mech or he most likely would have died.
Yeah, Yuaj, unfortunately, going to, like you said, be out of that ultimate when SOFM decides to press the issue, and now here it is. F has to be used incredibly early from Yuaj to try to actually backtrack away from this engagement that SOFM is looking to create. Grapples in onto that 1-2 from the dual blades, however, loses a lot of his shield, but Yuaj gets a little bit too confident. There's the hot swap that I talked about. Uppercut from Staff into great, so just slinging, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it except hope that you're going to land somewhere soft as SOFM. Oh, such a good hot swap player. We're in a hot swap weapon meta as Mines actually gets taken down by Choice, who hunts him with that ACOS ultimate and will be able to finish him off. Heading now over towards Celestra. Pig and Master Demo. Pig anticipating that grapple connection, actually is able to interrupt it with the uppercut. Master Demo losing a lot of his shielding as a result. Mythic counter as well. Oh, that's going to be absolutely brutal. Demo out of shield, out of health, pops the pillar, gets into the mech in time, but has to be so careful because that zone tick is going to be chunking through. Pig tried to hot swap towards that bow, uses the opportunity to break away from the mech onto that cliff. Boost is now used from Demo, not to chase after this Takeda, but just get himself to safety. But just as we saw from Yuaj in that previous fight, if he drops the mech early, Pig is going to have such a good opening into this fight. As we see the cannon shots come through, no connection onto Pig, however, as he's looking for that interception. No ult zone. Not going to be popped by either of these players. There's the uppercut with the dagger chase. Master Demo interrupting the follow-up with the F, however. Pig looks to find the grapple connection onto Demo, chases him into that zone tick. Another uppercut into a scale rush. Demo using the nunchucks to try and push back onto Pig, forcing him to give up so much room. Now we see the no ult zone being popped from Demo, hoping that Pig doesn't have the charge Fury to be able to blood into the ultimate and turn the tide of the neutral as Demo finds the parry. And the follow-up connection damage takes Pig down. Demo, what a turnaround.
Where was this Demo in the first few games? He's an animal now. He's a man on a mission, Moxie. But we are going to see SOFM drop his way into the next Gate of Yang. Will anyone join him, or will he walk away with a freebie? I mean, it's 7 players left here. He's so I don't think anyone can challenge and run the risk of fighting a Gate of Yang, right? I mean, unless you're a madman like SOFM. Oh, okay, maybe Choice is going to go and have a fight with him. Who knows? Yeah, there we go. There we go. Why not? It's not us game.
But mistakes have been made. Choice doesn't have the ultimate.
Yes,
he's 86% to it. SOFM has the Valder ultimate. in play, and we've already seen, like, he is just able to control so much of the spacing early on. As SOFM, there it is, the uppercut from that staff finds the connection. The Akos F does come through. Choi should actually be able to generate enough reach to be able to go into the ult now. As SOFM doesn't find the turnaround, Choi's holding onto the ultimate until he forces SOFM to use his, so he can use the mobility of this Akos to be able to break away from the Spears, but he isn't able to pop it in time. There it is! Escapes out of the follow-through. The claw's now coming out. 1 pound connecting onto the Valda. The 2nd pound connecting onto the Valda. The 3rd not going to be able to find his way. However, as SOFM is not able to find the spear connection, the Akos doing such a good job of evading these spears. Uppercut into F3, drop into last pounds coming through. Choice continuing to pummel SOFM with the V2. There's gonna be Akos walking away with the win. You want to see Valda struggle with this new V2? Throw in an Akos and that extra little bit of mobility. It's absolutely insane when you're able to mind games when the space come through.
Oh, the control of the Akos was beautiful from Choice. Shreds through SOFM, who was probably in the upper hand there. Like you mentioned, had the early ult going into things. Usually so good at controlling fights on the Valda. But Choice comes out on top, and now that leaves SOFM in a devastating spot. He has to go ahead and try and pick up a kill or one of the charms, sorry, to get himself back into this game before he falls out. Master Demo, though, the triple kill up for him. As I say, that SOFM, he's gonna try and pounce on the 3rd party, but problem is here, buddy. Master Demo didn't take a sliver of damage in that one. Has got the Valda ult to work with should he need it, but instantaneously, he's pretty much going to be forced to pop it sooner rather than later because Demo's doing so much damage over towards him. Here we go, the Valda ult is going to be popped. Does catch Demo momentarily, is going to send him airborne. But for Demo, though, manages to reverse it and find a few tags onto SOFM, so that extra shield is slowly but surely getting worked through. Demo does get caught again, however, with one of those waves, and SOFM just carves him up like a Christmas turkey. But Peach is there to join in the fun. Has got a lot of health to work with, unfortunately for SOFM. I say unfortunately, he's only got half the shield available, but instantly chunks Peach down.
Oh, he threw out the left-click charge straight into SOFM, who anticipates it and throws in the parry. Again, we get to see the hot swap. Staff uppercut into greatsword swing is absolutely brutal, especially when it's purple staff into legendary greatsword. Like, that just chunks you down so quickly. And he's able to turn the tide just with that Valda ultimate into that combination as Choice has got the Mystic Might still for a minute also remaining. So he's going to have a really good picture of where all of these 4 other players are going to be as things are going to slow down just a margin at the moment, as everyone just wants to try and play a little bit safe. Choice, however, doesn't have to worry about that. He's going to know exactly the amount of players around him. And look what he actually does. He pushes onto Peach and tries to chase them away from where they were running into, which was where a lot of the other players are. And by doing that, he's guaranteed to isolate this fight. He's the Akos, he's the ultimate. He's going up against the Zai. If the ultimate from the Zai comes through, he's going to be able to pop the ultimate and use the mobility to keep himself out of reach of a majority of the Zai's damage that the ultimate outputs, because you can't hot swap onto a ranged weapon when you're using that Zai. So you can't actually, in the ultimate, threaten the space of an Akos who's able to disengage cleanly. However, SOFM has been able to track down one player who was playing a little bit towards the fringes of the zone, hoping to keep that position unnoticed by everybody else. 5 players left alive. SOFM taking a little bit of downtime to use that 2 now to keep that healing buff online for as long as possible. Choice with that F ability wants to try and take advantage of the defense boost while it's up. Doesn't manage to, however, as Peach now looking for this fight. The Zai ultimate being used to try and push back onto these players who look to threaten the V2 connecting the Valda. Now SOFM having to actually defensively drop the F3 to make sure that he's able to sustain until that burning tick has been removed, and that's actually attracted the attention of Choice to come through. SOFM with that Valda ultimate having to use it incredibly early in this fight to look with this reset, but Choice is literally just playing bouncer at the edges of the zone tick. SOFM using the spear connection, trying to land onto this Akos, but he just jumps over the Valda's head with the ultimate, as SOFM will be able to find another spear connection, but gets punted into a more zone tick by a third-party inferior coming and dropping that mech pillar. But somehow, SOFM has been able to keep himself alive. That third party coming through, that intrusion coming out from Unique has allowed himself to get away unnoticed from all of these players in the area and look to reset. As in that meantime, we actually saw the Akos be brought down. 3 players remaining. 2 Valdas, 1 Farrier, no Zai, no Akos. Skirmish attempted to escape away from SOFM, who uses that cannon. Little bit of downtime at the moment from both of these 2 players. As SOFM uses that momentum from the Skirmish, cutting in onto Hong, swaps onto that staff, trying to find the connection. The Valda F3 making it so much harder for both of these players to be able to move. SOFM uppercutting over the Valda bubble into the Greatsword hot swap. It is going to be now him having to try and stay aerial for as long as possible, losing a majority of his shield, skirmishing over the lockdown that Hong tries to impress upon this Valda. Third-party potential now coming on through, as Unique has noticed that both of these Valdas are going to be pushing themselves so aggressive into using that utility just to stay alive. There it is. Hong gets taken down. SOFM able to stop the third party from coming through. The staff into uppercut connection, into Greatsword hard swap yet again. SOFM has done it to such devastating degree, but he's not able to find the kill before that Furrier is able to hop into the mech. SOFM still able to find the kill, however. Oh my goodness. SOFM, same strategy every single time. Every single time we run into a player. Staff uppercut into Greatsword hot swap into absolute annihilation. Doesn't even need to use the V2. Just makes it look so easy.
SOFM, man, it should be illegal. It should be illegal for him to play Valda. Just ban it instantly against him. No, look, honestly, I mean, what a way to end the day, right? What a fantastic game number 6. It had a bit of everything. It had the slow play. It had sort of 4 or 5 engagements. It had the fast tempos. And I mean, we ended that game with like 8 minutes left of the Shadow Corruption. There were still like 2 zone pops left to go. But I think because it's safe to say that if you're looking at sort of like a player of the day in terms of someone who's just lit up the kill feed and lit it up non-stop, SOFM probably deserves to win that last game and finish the day off the way he started it.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this is a player who is no stranger to competitive titles in terms of esports, but he is new to the NARAKA scene. And what a statement! What an absolute statement to be able to start off your entrance into the scene by just doing such devastating damage, showcasing that he really has a huge understanding of the meta in terms of hero abilities, game sense to know when to be able to truly press aggressively, but also to be able to back up to make sure he doesn't get third-partied. Like, sometimes you just see a player and you know this is someone who has spent hours making sure that they're able to pull off those combinations and extensions. He makes it look easy, but I guarantee you it is not. To be able to do those hot swaps so consistently, so quickly, and also to be able to literally be able to measure the distance necessary to be able to hot swap into that Greatsword and still get the timing right as well, so that you don't get interrupted by third parties, but you're also able to connect that they don't go too low, because if you actually uppercut and they go directly onto the ground and you swing and you're too late, it passes above their head. They don't actually take the damage, so it really does require a really good amount of timing on your part to be able to land those consecutive back-to-back hits. And there was never a time where he whiffed it. Every single time he went for that hot swap, he found so much value.
Yeah, and I mean, look, we're not talking about the fact that, you know, SOFM has come into like sort of like a uni level or like an amateur semi-pro level of gameplay, right? I mean, if you're a pro in one esport, you usually start in sort of like either not the grassroots scenes, but like the semi-pro, like tier 2, and then build your way into tier 1. He's come straight into some of the best NARAKA players that we have in the pro scene here. and he's making it look relatively easy, to be totally honest with you. Let's take a little look at the scoreboard, though, off the back of game number 6. No surprise, a big shocker that SOFM has got a 12.4 game score and took the top spot, 4 ranking points, 8.4 kill points, 6 kills in total. Hong just behind with a 7.2, 6.7 up for Choice. And I mean, across the board, all the way down, I think, you know, it is one thing I really love about NARAKA is that scoreboard will almost never look identical the same in every single game. You know, like people will have a pop-off game. I mean, you look at Akami and Pig, for example, the first 3 games they played today was absolutely fantastic, and then they started to slow down. Mines, a player who's just won back-to-back games, is sitting in 11th here. You know, like you can never really predict what is going to happen in a game of NARAKA esports, but I mean, SOFM, I think he's the man of the hour, really. He's the talk of the town at the moment when it comes to solos, and you know, it just makes that inevitable question, you know, bigger going into the likes of Worlds, for example, when he's competing against, you know, if he competes against the best of the best, or in the Pro League against some of the best solo players in the world, can he hold his own? That's going to be the question on everyone's mind, I think, coming off the back of these couple weeks.
I mean, one thing that's definitely not left any room for a question is that he 100% is here in the NARAKA family, and I cannot wait to see what he's able to do with just a little bit more experience towards this belt. I really do think this is a player who could take on the world's best and come out on top, like you said, like absolutely insane. The fact that he has such a good read as well. We were talking in the earlier games and saying like, oh yeah, weapon identity, dual blades. Like every single time we cut across, he's using the dual blades, but in that last match, he's never really finding those kills with the dual blades. It's always staff into greatsword. So the fact that he's flexible on his weapon picks as well just means that there's so much that he gets access to throughout the game, as opposed to having to run from trove to trove to trove until you're able to find the weapon of your choice. Yeah,
I mean, look, we sort of made the joke about, you know, he could be the next Jin with a one weapon wonder, right? In terms of, you know, Jin, you know, really likes the daggers. That we thought that SOFM was, you know, gonna be the dual blades god. But the fact that, you know, he's running so many different weapon abilities, and he's making the combos, making the parries at the right time work to combine with the weaponry and the ability set that he has. You know, this is a scary sign for some of the other solo players in the world of NARAKA. But what a surprise, MVP does go to Mr. Thumbs Up himself. I'm gonna take a PNG of that and make that one of my new Twitch emotes. I think that is that is my life right now. When you wake up and you find out that you've got a 7 AM call time in the morning, I think that's gonna be the new meme going forward. But 19,063 damage total, 17,609 damage out of that is with melee weapons. And surprisingly, like you mentioned, the dual blades aren't even in the damage equator this time. 12,081 with the staff. You've got the Curative Bolts, Juggernaut, Blue Moon, Tuna, the Flame Breath, and the melee resistant Soul Jade as well to work with. The F3 and the V2 on the side of things for the Volder as well. This has just been a really solid day of NARAKA, especially from SOFM's point of view. What a show he's put on.
I mean, his Soul Jades as well, like Juggernaut, really good in terms of like trios where there are so many players and you're coming in with those kills and you very quickly do hit that maximum of 8 stacks. In solos, it's so much harder to find value because traditionally you're getting a lot less kills, right? There's 2 players less on every single team that you run into. There's only 15 other players in the lobby, so the fact that you're maybe going to be able to like maybe get halfway to maxing Juggernaut on a good day. But every single time we see SOFM, every single time he comes in with enough kills to be able to more than make that Juggernaut and the stacks that it brings with it count. And that's what's truly terrifying. He found 1 kill and just picked up so much momentum and confidence and just continued to not slow down. There were a couple of times I was like, I don't know if I'm okay with the decision of going for that second Gate of Yang, especially when you're rocking blues. But hey, it works out for you. You're confident in your skill, in your mechanicals. You're running Valda V2, so if you're on someone with a purple weapon, you're going to be able to act sustain with that sheer amount of health that bolsters up when you go into activation. But we do have to look at the leaderboard, because just as there are winners, there are unfortunately also people who don't do as well. And some of these players had a little bit of a rough day. Fat Milk, I think, is still going to stand out to me for his survivability on that first game of Holler off a Zip. it's definitely gonna stand out in terms of my voice for the coming days, I feel. But I mean, look at the top of this leaderboard. Is there any question? The player that popped off today, SOFM, leading the charge by 20 points and over in comparison to the distance between first and second.
I was just about to say, a 20-point gap between first and second. That's like, he didn't even have to play the last 2 games. And he probably still would have top spotted nearly. Like, it's ridiculous, especially when he had 5 points combined going into game number 3. You know, like, that's not the best of starts for a player. And to bounce back the way he did so well. But you gotta say credit where credit is due to the players underneath them. Hong, Akame, Mines. You know, I think Unique and especially Choice at times sort of stood out and has some key highlights. You know, all picking up game wins here and there. But yeah, I think the story of the day is SOFM has arrived, I think, in the solo scene of NARAKA esports. And look, you know, he's only going to get better the more he plays. You know, no doubt there are going to be a lot of people looking at him as a big threat, and there's a lot of things I think that, you know, some of the best players in the world can learn from his style of play. Probably not the over exaggerated W key every single fight you get into style of play, because when you do play against sort of like, you know, top 5, top 10 players in the world, they will punish you. But in terms of like a first big debut event, to come in and win it and you know, and win it in such convincing fashion, yeah, I wouldn't want to be a NARAKA solo player right now if I was him.
I mean, if you are a NARAKA solo player, I think we've all learned one thing. Me and Valda.
Yeah. Valda's really good, guys.
Just the best at the moment. But you know what? We're not going to be talking solos. We're going to be looking at trios, because the action continues with the Asian Challengers Cup. Tomorrow, we're going to have some trios games. And let me tell you, if Zaya has not exactly been shifting mountains in solos, she's definitely been shifting meta in terms of trio. She has a lot more value in that composition where she has 2 players to be able to flank her and really take advantage of that V2 and the cone damage, the fire tick that it sets up, as well as the golden focus, the zoning that you can use to properly be able to punish players caught unawares, as opposed to in solos, where it's very easy to see, oh hey look, there's one singular Zai ulting. I'm going to grapple away, hot swap to a ranged weapon, chunk it down, and then go in for the kill.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited to see the trios tomorrow for sure, just to see, you know, how the new patch Boulder is going to be brought into it as well, alongside the Zai, like you mentioned. I think you're going to still see the occasional transformer, or I think it's impossible to...
I think it's still going to be like 75%.
I was trying to make an effort, right, at convincing people to change, and I mean, yeah, I think like every single team comp is going to have a transformer in it, right? It's just the way trios plays. But no, I'm really excited to see it as someone who was sort of on the trio broadcast team for Pro League last season. I'm looking forward to going into sort of this season to see where things stand with the trio meta, especially now with all the recent character changes.
Yeah, Viper as well, coming back
yes,
to the forefront. Not so much Yoda, but Takeda definitely taking her place in terms of that Wuchen Viper composition that relies so heavily on being able to counter those pesky transformers. Maybe we see Valda being inserted into trios, but I feel it's very much less likely, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, we will have to wait and see. Time will tell. But you know, what an absolute day, to say the least, Moxie, for when it comes to solos. I really appreciate you joining me for this hot, flustering whirlwind of emotional day that has been NARAKA. For you guys at home watching in the chat, thank you so much for joining us. Make sure you keep supporting NARAKA, because it is a wonderful esport and we are going absolutely nowhere. So all the production team that's working super hard behind the scenes, thank you very much for making us 2 pretty faces look even prettier on a daily basis. Make sure you stay rested. Don't go anywhere though, because come back tomorrow, because it is going to be insane. We're moving to trios. NARAKA's back tomorrow. Make sure you're here. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time.
将至。
林州父老还在等待。